Hi, Pablo. Hi, John.
Oh, hi, Corina. How are you?
I am doing well. Thanks for showing up a little bit early. Just a note that we are currently live streaming to the Printed Matter webpage. So anything that we say pre-conference will also be transmitted there. That's not being recorded.
Okay.
Um, do either of you have any technical questions before I am doing well. Oh, hold on. I can hear myself. Let me just a note that we are currently turn this off. Sorry, I'm also the administrator for all of the various streaming things. So all open.
It's like a learning curve for all of us, right?
Oh my gosh, it has been so interesting. Yesterday was for me. The conference turned out really good, and I'm sure
That's
that,
great. I'm sorry I couldn't join. I was like so engaged with other things, but anyway, I'm
yeah.
glad that we went well.
James and
Huh?
Mimi, and I'm going to make you all co-hosts.
Looks like Maddie's not here yet, correct?
Not yet. All right. Okay. I just wanted to, because I said this to the other participants that joined a minute ago, that we are currently live streaming to the Printed Matter page. So anything that we say right now is going to be broadcast to the CABC live stream. So if you need to if you need to talk with me about anything private, you could just chat me. Otherwise, if anyone needs any technical assistance, please let me know.
Hey, Mary.
Hi.
Hi, Mary. Oh,
So,
there's Maddy.
I don't see myself in this. I just want to make sure that my computer is set up so that the view is okay. I guess I can't see myself, huh?
So yeah, right now I am screen sharing.
Okay.
Because we are currently live streaming to the Printed Matter website.
Oh, you're already live. Okay.
So we have kind of a, a generic conference, image up. So, but I can see you fine, Mary, and I can actually see everyone. So that's good.
Just okay.
And we are live.
And we are currently live. Yep. So I'm actually going to stop sharing my screen so that we can all say hello to each other. I really enjoy the gallery view, which you can change in the upper right corner. And just add the chat in here. Okay. And I'm going to send you guys a couple of links
Don, you have your, you're muted. John?
I think he has his audio on.
I think it's okay to keep audio off at the moment.
Okay, I'm just worried that I won't have it on at the right time.
Yeah. Don, do you want to try to unmute yourself?
Yeah.
That is.
Perfect.
Right.
Great. So I just posted a link in the chat for you all. This is where the program is live streaming.
I'm not hearing anything.
That's not good.
Okay.
Is this the link on the CBA website now?
Good question. Let me double check. Does somebody want to message John? Maybe he needs to turn on his audio. Is everyone updated to the newest Zoom app?
Yeah. I hope it's been fixed because I think I sent people to that page.
Oh, I'm hearing, I just heard you now.
Oh, good.
You
Great.
got me. I don't know what happened.
Who knows?
Mhm.
You can hear us, we can hear you. That's what's important.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Mimi, that link is there and working.
I didn't incidentally need the information you sent to log in. It sufficed to click on the link.
It worked fine. Good.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Just going to send a quick message to everyone who's in the waiting room.
Gray day and everything had to be relit.
It does work, Corina.
Great.
I just checked because Stan wants to watch from the kitchen.
Perfect. Okay. Looks like people are starting to filter into the waiting room.
Corina, what's the link to the printed matter streaming, so that I can share it with people? Some people that couldn't make it into.
Yep, I'm going to put that in the chat right now.
Okay, thanks.
It's this one here. It's just PMVABF.org/CABC.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And a quick question, who's the person that's going to be doing like the timing?
James, do you want to be in charge of letting people know if they're going over time?
Or like
Maddie,
the last 4 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, they're allowed 10 to 15 minutes, so.
Okay,
Sorry, how many?
10 to 15 minutes apiece.
Okay.
And then, yeah, leading up to the end of the session, I'll give everyone a warning so that we know, so that we can wrap up on time.
I've had a frog in my throat all morning, of course. It is what it is.
Okay. I also just wanted to let you all know that if there's anyone who's trying to get into the Zoom room, I'm going to also post this into the chat here for you. They can send an email to rsvp@centerforbookarts.org, and there's someone monitoring that to provide the link.
And for those who don't get to be live with us and want to watch later, is the streaming also on the recording also on the PMVABF?
The recording actually will be embedded on the conference page at the Center for Book Arts website.
Thank you. Some people have asked me that also.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about having this new section of the website dedicated to CABC is that we can now archive everything there.
They can also go to your YouTube page.
Yes. Yeah. And then also, if everyone could rename themselves quickly before we let everyone in, with your first name, last name, pronouns, and your affiliation. And James, if you would add CABC to yours.
Oh, I think I have it. Is it visible?
Oh, great.
Sometimes they cut off on the side.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, you want us to rename ourselves with our pronouns and what else?
If you like, you can include an affiliation, or you could say, you know, artist or writer or. Maddie's probably would say central booking.
Yep. Rename. Okay.
So I lost. Oh darn! It just jumped to full screen. Let me see if I can figure out how to undo that. Okay, so there we go. Remind me where the name function is.
If you click on the upper right corner of your speaker tile, there's a button with 3 dots, and you can change your name there where it says rename, or you can also do that under the participants tab. Hey, it looks like there's some good people in the waiting room right now.
Public speaking, some days it works and some days it doesn't. What can you do? Hopefully the brain's working. I need to get rid of all this stuff. So Mary, after I read your bio, you just can jump in. You're the first.
So you want me to screen share by the time, Maddie?
After I read your bio, then yes, you screen share your presentation.
Okay, so when you're reading my bio, you're not screen sharing, right?
No, I will be finished screen sharing. I will go back to just me, read your bio, and then goes to you.
Okay.
And what is the order again, Maddie? After.
Okay, guys. All right.
It's okay. You don't have to say it.
So it'll be Mary first, Mimi second, Pablo third, and John to finish it off. Okay, and I will read your bios right before each one, so you'll know.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
And then,
you're welcome.
Okay,
and then
I'm going to. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and we're saving all the questions for the end, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to start admitting people from the waiting room. And usually they all kind of start to come in the first, 5 to 10 minutes. So just an FYI, we'll still have people joining us. Hey, some familiar faces.
Yep.
Okay, so we are just waiting for a few more people to arrive. So if you are an attendee, I'd like to ask you to please turn off your video for the duration of the program, because I am about to start the recording. And so I want to, that way we don't have you in the recording. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started here. Thank you everyone for coming today. My name is Corina Reynolds. I'm the executive director, and I am also a organizing member of the college or the Contemporary Artist Book Conference. With me is James Mitchell, who will be helping out with a little bit of the tech. So if anyone has an issue, since 2008, and this year was organized by Center for Book Arts as part of the Printed Matter Virtual Art Book Fair. We'd like to thank the Andy Warhol Foundation for the Visual Arts for their generous support of Center for Book Arts Criticism Initiative and in making the conference possible. Additional thanks to our conference sponsors, the Brooklyn Rail, Sorted Library, and Small Editions. Center for Book Arts and the usual in-person space of the Contemporary Artist Book Conference are on the unceded land of the Munsee Lenape peoples. I ask you to join me in acknowledging and uplifting the Munsee Lenape community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations, and the lands in which you are tuning in from. There are 10 sessions overall between Friday and Sunday, exploring a wide range of questions about artist book criticism, what it is now and what it can be in the future. These sessions also include 2 convening sessions. One of them happened last night and another will be taking place this evening, as well as a closing plenary in which we will look to collect actionable ideas and recommendations that arise throughout the conference. These items will be posted on the CBA website with progress reported during the coming year and at next year's edition of the conference. In addition to the Zoom meetings, sessions are being live streamed to the Printed Matter Virtual Art Book Fair page for the CABC and recorded. After the conference, these videos will be posted to the Center for Book Arts website, where you'll be able to view them at your leisure and on demand. If you have questions during the session, please post them in the chat, and as hosts, we'll be asking them on your behalf to the participants and the presenters. Attendees will be muted throughout the duration of the program, and we will recommend that you also keep your cameras turned off. Please feel free to use the chat during the session and to communicate with other audience members, as well as us, the hosts and the presenters. And remember to remain respectful of the speakers and other attendees. We'll also be posting relevant links during the talks. If you have any need for assistance, as I mentioned earlier, please send a private message to anyone with CABC in their name. I'd now like to introduce the moderator of this session, Maddy Rosenberg. Maddy Rosenberg is a native of Brooklyn. She maintains an active international curatorial and exhibition career with an approach to curating as an extension of her art practice. Maddy Rosenberg is also the founder of Central Booking, which many of you will have heard of, a multidisciplinary art space focusing on artist books and art and science exhibitions. Collaborative partnerships and environmental and social justice programming is an essential component of her practice. Over the years, Rosenberg has written a number of catalog essays, reviews, and curatorial statements. Her extensive bibliography can be found at almost every artist book review site to date. So please join me in welcoming Maddy Rosenberg.
Thanks, Corina, and to all behind the scenes and everyone else here. I'm joined today by three artists, Mary Ting, Miriam Schaer, and Pablo Helguera, who also write criticism among other literary pursuits, coming from their own specific points of view on the artist's book. Then we will be joined by a non-art practitioner, a critic, John Haber, who has reviewed art for several decades now. As both a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary field, there are numerous ways to approach the artist's book, which is why I find, as a curator as well as an artist, it is one of the more dynamic places happening in art today. Often when we speak of the book, it conjures up an idea of a container for literature, maybe with some illustrations or designs for the text, in what's become a conventional structure, a bound codex. Some discuss artwork as being in book form. Books are referred to as publication, and those that produce them as publishers. But for many, we come to artist books from a very different perspective. We are artists, and as such, can work within limitations, but are also eager to push beyond the predictable. And with the book, we can be expansive. The codex becomes just one form among many, and is used for specific reasons of content for a particular work, not as a default. The artist book is where text, when there is any, is interwoven with image, becomes image, and the image is thereby not subservient to the text. It's not there to illustrate the text. It isn't just what you say, it's how you say it. A visual language is intrinsic to conveying content. For many of us, it can be any object, any surface, any material. It can be an intimate handheld piece, panels on a wall, or an installation of multiple elements. Make the book as the way I could add time and space into a flat print. Among my first exposure to communication through the visual was Egyptian temples. Now you may ask, as a person from Brooklyn, how is this my first exposure? But I spent much time in the Brooklyn Museum among the fragments where text was image for me, and images were incised into the forms of a stone structure. I could not read the text, so I could only see it visually. The first research paper I actually wrote when I was 12 was on Egyptian art. It was heavy on photos. My grandfather was a self-taught Jewish scholar, and so among the first books I saw were religious scrolls. Giotto was for those who couldn't read the Bible. The scenes were brought together in multi-panels where the correct sequence was, of course, essential to create the narrative. In Book of Days, a painting, 6 panels is very important that each day was a separate panel, even though the sequence forms an ordinary closed square when it's hung. The eye follows its way around the square, movement from panel to panel, assisted by the flat planes of color. With Joseph Cornell, we have an assemblage wall box, a grid gouged out and embedded within the structure of an ordinary book, and the manual of marbles, with shapes deliberately cut through the pages, tipped in elements, and collaged images disrupting the text of the Journal d'Agriculture Pratique. In pieces of 8, we have 8 small painted panels that are installed winding around wall corners in this very specific sequence. With Salzburg Portfolio, an artist book that was meant to go with the painted piece, it is an unbound book of 6 3-color lithographs that were done in conjunction with this painting and also meant to be seen in this specific order. Piranesi's Imaginary Prisons, here are 2. It's a series of etchings that was very inspirational to me as well. I was first drawn to printmaking through the black and white image, which creating space and objects through value. This book, Reptiles, the black and white create a Gothic feeling, though the imagery was drawn from later sources. Lithography, initially used for inexpensive reproduction, became a process in itself for artists to work with. Each page is cut through to become a framing device for the stone creatures at each end. Oops. Okay. This is Shadow of Descent, a collaboration with Austrian artist Hubert Sommerauer, where the 3D world pops up and then folds down again into its box. It's a recurring theme, and a big interest of mine is to take the 2D into 3D and then back into collapsing it back into near 2D again. Berlin Bestiary takes the Jewish cemetery in Weißensee, Berlin, as the setting in this 2-sided bestiary of animal sculptures that have been photographed around Berlin. The mausoleums become the cages for the sculptures. And this is an image from one of the images of one of the pages from the Berlin Bestiary. On a single page, I created a blown up individual elements from that piece into a library case, thereby reinventing the original book art form. We get into central booking, and here we have Heidi Nielsen putting on, helping to put on our name on our very first space in Dumbo. We opened in Dumbo, Brooklyn in 2009. I founded this as a space where book art could be seen in all its variety and integrated into contemporary art gallery exhibitions. We put on 4 art and science themed exhibitions a year, where the book art was one element of all different other forms of and media in art. I work with hundreds of artists internationally, and even though we no longer have a space, we gave it our own space up 2 years ago, we still work and collaborate with other spaces nationally and internationally, as well as our home base in New York. This was our first show, Natural Histories. You can see the office area there, and then there's the view from the office area into the exhibition. And you can see very much that this space itself becomes an environment, and I use all aspects when I'm designing the space of installation, wall work, and work that even floats from the ceiling. In the anthropology exhibition, we have the work of Janet Goldner, who spends much of her year in Mali and makes metal sculptures. Many of them are books, artist books, and they are from the very small that she can hold in her hand to the very large, such as this one, which you could walk through. You walk through at your own pace, take your own time, and to look at all 3 pages of the books. She uses a blowtorch to sear the pages of symbolic Mali shapes with the English text. This was an exhibition of book art that I did in Phoenix, Brighton for Central Booking in the UK. This was the first time I actually worked with another gallery designer. That was the collaboration in this project, which was very interesting for me. It was Curious Space. They took the structure of one of the books in the exhibition and created the whole exhibition design from that structure. On the left side, you can see a close-up of the work of Martin and Eric Demain. And these are hand-folded scores that are meant to be played. That's what the straws are there for. So it's a very interactive piece as well. And Eric is a mathematician at MIT, and paper folding is his field. On the right, you can see there's a library made out of the work of Liberator, a Polish couple. He is a Zenon is a Pfeiffer is the Polish performative poet. This is their imprint, and the library was made from their published work with videos of some of the work that they performed in our screening room. Lost was made for the Al-Mutanabi project. For this book, it was important for it to be codex, obviously, and bound. I researched images from illuminated manuscripts of Baghdad, photoshopped pieces of them together, and incorporated photos of bomb buildings in each page, eviscerating any text from being readable for those who could actually read the text. The book sequences from right to left as well as left to right, because there is no right way to read it. It can be read both ways. And then the edges were burnt. City stamp book, again, it's important for this to be bound, and because it is trying to emulate a book of stamps. Now we're in the Lower East Side space of Central Booking. We were there for 5 years. We had luxurious space there. And in fact, there were 3 exhibition spaces. This was Plant Cure, an exhibition that we did in collaboration with the New York Academy of Medicine, where I sent 5 artists to research their work in the Rare Books Library over 6 months. And they made their work for the exhibition. They were then joined with 10 other artists working in the theme to create the exhibition. 2 of the artists in residence are viewed here. On the left is Susan Rostel's sculptural books and made from prints. And on the behind her on the right, you can see an installation by Mary Ting, who will speak about her work soon. In one of the rooms to the side, you can see there was a constant panorama of the library going. This we get to Plant Cure, which is meant to be a traveling project where we have different artists that are where there is a significant amount of work on the for artists to research on the topic of medicinal plants. This was the latest iteration of it, which was opened a year ago, and it was on March 3rd, 2020, at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. It has been in hibernation since. We are hoping people can see it again in person very soon. You can see there's an installation of Desiree Alvarez, in which she has printed, painted, and drawn on cloth to create an installation, a book installation. She considers each one of the fabrics a page. She's also a poet, so the text in it is written text is actually her own as well. And you can, there's a book of hers as well that is in the case, so which is can be a handheld accordion book. Next to her is a book by Amanda Thackeray, and behind her is her installation piece, which is based on a grid of a trellis. And then we wind up with the COVID project. This is on the waterfront. It's a 4-page pop-up. You can see each one of the 4 pages pops up into a different setting of the Brooklyn waterfront on a historical map of Brooklyn. And each one of those pages fold down and then can be stored in the found box on the left. This was for a project that is continuous and is a collaboration that we're doing with the New York Historical Society. And again, someday it will be seen in person. Now on to Mary Ting. Mary Ting uses, hi Mary, uses visual art, writing, research, and lectures as a means to reflect and comment on cultural history, trauma, and the loss of nature. Ting's recent retrospective, Our Hive is Sick, at University of Massachusetts Amherst, featured 30 years of sculpture, installations, books, drawings, prints, and community projects. Recent press include an interview with editor Amy Brady of Artists and Climate Change, a Kala Chapal feature, and the Truth Out article on COVID-era artists. Prior solo exhibitions include Lambent Foundation, Dean Project, Metaphor Contemporary Art, and Kentler Drawing Space. Ting has received grants from the New York Foundation for the Arts, Gottlieb Foundation, Paula Krasner Foundation, and residencies at the Joan Mitchell Center, NOLA, Dudene, Lower East Side Print Shop, LMCC Governor's Island, Millay Colony, and the McDonald Colony, among many others. She presently teaches in both the art department and the environmental justice program at John Jay College in New York City.
Thank you so much, Maddy. And thank you, Corinne, for Center for Book Arts. I'm really thrilled to be here. I'm just going to go straight to my slideshow. So I'm going to be talking about Chinese traditional books and the language of books and its relationship to social, political, contemporary art. So I think many people are aware of this, but a quick run through. So in the history of the book, especially from a Chinese perspective, we look at oracle bones, the writings on turtle shells, which is like the earliest format that I would call of a book, and then wooden slats, bamboo strips, palm leaves, the invention of silk. You can have silk scrolls, the invention of paper, then onto paper, also movable type, albums, paper side stitch, accordion folds. And then thinking of the book, as Maddy said, as a container, a holder of information. Originally, you were finding it as the container for documents, deeds, correspondence in the earliest forms. And then with printed books, you've got the dissemination of information, the spread of religion. The Buddhist Dhamma Sutra, which is pictured here, is the oldest printed book in existence. We're talking about 868. And then books as containers for news, map making, really political constructs to view the world, geopolitical constructs. Of course, there's literature, arts, culture, sciences, education, archives, national identity, propaganda. I mean, the list is on and on in the relationship of books to other things, or how you could view what could be a book. or the language of books. So in China, that also comes, as with many other places, that comes with the history of book banning, as well as scholars being imprisoned for their writings. And so books are coming out of, once again, that historical, geopolitical, social construct. And in that language of the books, you've got so many offshoots, and then thinking about sequence, whether it's the folds in a folded fan, or banners that are strung across a doorway, folded screens, the libraries, and also just language itself, right? Language heard, spoken, hidden language, secret languages, visual languages. So I'm going to restrict it just to talking about Chinese traditional books and Chinese contemporary art. So with China, we've got the particulars of this 5,000 years of continuous civilization. And I would say that for most Chinese and Chinese artists in particular, that is a pretty complicated relationship, that relationship with history. And even for myself as an American-born Chinese, that is, again, incredibly complicated. On the one hand, it's that awe of that huge amounts of time of such an old civilization. On the other hand, it's overbearing. It's a burden for so many, right? Because you are a tiny little peon in this vast 5,000 years. And also that notion of the scholar class, and that it's not until you're really an elderly person, maybe 70 or 80, that your calligraphy or what you draw or write or paint is like worthy. So there's that burden aspect of it. And of course, there's that, so then you have that relation of the past bearing onto your present and future. And of course, there's the historical memory, the role of books within propaganda, national memory, the way it's taught in schools, right? And the documentation of the winner, what's left out about the quote unquote, the victim and the archive. So I'm going to give you some examples. So here we have a very early format before paper was invented, and it's a wooden board, and you can see it's got this piece that comes out, and once you open it, it's bound with a piece of cord and sealed with a wax seal. And then once you slide it open, you've got inside, this is used for contracts and deeds, land ownership, right? So it's really official documents. And then it was sent with a messenger to the bearer, right, to the recipient. So this is my take on it. And so it's titled, I Can Count No More. And it's from 1985. And now thinking back on this, this is like an 80s Me Too. So inside this text, so taking on, totally changing this notion of ownership and embracing the notion of this is it, this is completely not tolerable anymore. And inside is the text of the thoughts as a rape is going on. And then if you read the text, it's talking about, there's also this kind of, you know, with the rapist where it's talking about, you know, Guanggong will get you. So, you know, if you try and fight. So, and I have a whole series of these taking this format and taking re-ownership of this whole concept. So this is another thing where the earlier formats before paper, you would have bamboo scripts. Other cultures might have leaves instead, palm leaves, depending on what's available. And again, it's a cord to bind them together. And in this case, again, it's more official documents. And this is the recording of the number of weapons. Right, so these are all numerical things like 200 of this and 300 of that. And these are very early works. And so in my piece, and this is just a detail of it, it's about 48 inches long. It's taking up the daily and also the of women, right? So it's the tears, the cuts, the burn holes, the knots of the daily life in contrast. And here are some more. Using that kind of sutra or lotus leaf format. And so this is called Counting, and it's about, again, the daily, and it's about the the process of going through disease, right? And sickness. And these are all handmade paper sheets. They were made at Dieudonné, and there's text on it. And it could be hung and displayed in different ways. This is a cord that's also trying to be akin to like an intestinal type of form. Again, thinking upon those leaves. So this is body ravaged. Again, it's handmade paper that's been waxed with text on it. And then holding it together, I guess this is like a codex, are these fishing hooks, really if it's pulled taut, like stretching the skin. And so this handmade paper, and the same thing with the prior work as well, the wax was put on it also to give the feel of a translucency and make it closer to a skin-like finish, right? So the wax is actually melted into it. Again, this is using the same technique of the handmade paper and soot and cut paper, and the wax is pushed in, it's melted into it. And it's a ghost story. Again, you know, I spent a lot of time in the 90s in rural areas, northern, very, very remote areas in China, in cave dwelling areas along the Yellow River Plateau. And so much of this, the poignant, untold stories of the rural poor, where folk art is still quite prevalent in those areas back in the 90s. And, you know, superstition and ghosts, and really the hardships of these areas, which at that time really everyone who was more of age that could flee those areas were now in the cities, and it really was the elderly and the very, very young. Also, you know, the notion of language, there's something called Nu Shu, which is a script that was only used by women. And this at that time period is a lot of women that were not, you know, it's really only the elite women at one point that could, there was only one college at one point in college that accepted, in China, that accepted women. That was the Jinling College. And, you know, for so many, especially rural poor women, they were not taught how to read or write. And in Hunan province, it was found that women had invented their own script. And this was just completely among themselves. And they wrote on fans and all different assorted materials. And it was really what was happening to them. It was among themselves, it was shared, it was a sisterhood. In some cases, it could be complaints, right? This is an outlet. In some places, it was just about their day. So it's an assortment. Oh, I should also say that the last woman, original writer, passed away, but there was all these efforts to try and document it. And so taking upon that concept of lost languages and things that don't get to be expressed in the formal official language, I have a series of these like manuscripts. And this is called the Biblical Chord Manuscript, and it's taking up that fragmented ancient textile as book. This is a detail of what's an ongoing piece. It's a reassembled manuscript, and it's made of wax and you know, on tarlatan, and it's all kind of falling apart, and it's the attempt to restitch it all together again. And this is ongoing, so it'll be quite long. So with the advent of the invention of paper, so you have these albums and they're side stitched. This is a very famous work. I grew up with this. This is my mom's copy of the Mustard Seed Garden Manual, which is a painting manual, but in many ways it's so much more. It's a how to draw. It also gives you some basic botanical and zoological information about plant structure, about animals, and also how to draw and how to paint flowers, birds, rocks, you know, the canon of Chinese painting, basically. And so this, I'm taking that structure. I don't know if you could see it. It's pretty light in there. But the structure of that book page, and you know, in contrast to this, all this beautiful nature is the reality of what we're dealing with today. with the story of the sick hive. And these are hives that have, so much neonicotinoids and spray of pesticides, and that these hives are all sick. And you can see the once very formalized grid pattern is all irregular, right? And then this is also another famous work, the Shanghai Jin, which is an ancient bestiary. Some people think of it as like an early geography book. Other people think of it as more of a shamanistic volume. But they're talking about places far away. Oh, this has been reversed. It almost looks like a shubing. So anyway, so this is these mythical, right? They're talking about, oh, in the far west, these creatures exist, or these people exist. And it's like the five-tailed fox and the nine-headed bird. And so this is my play on that notion of the Shanghai Jing and these mystical. And again, it's in the contemporary end of things, where it's a creature coming out of a blood spill, or it could be an oil spill. And I have a whole bunch of these creatures, and I'm thinking of what I'd like to do is to animate them. And I think of animation as really coming out of book arts and books also as well in the sequence. So also a connection to books is scrolls, right? And paintings that are mounted on scrolls. So this is my work. And so these are my mom's paintings. And I also grew up with these ivory objects. And it's the irony of what has happened in that, these Buddhist deities in their ivory formats, and this is, throughout the ages, ivory was considered this cultural, this object of the well-cultured, the scholarly class. And it's great irony and tragedy that these Buddhist icons, especially Guanyin, the goddess of mercy and compassion, is carved out of ivory, which can only be gotten by hacking out the face of an elephant. So in the text, as with the tradition of Chinese painting, that you've got this text, and it's really considered one completely together. It's a holistic approach that the writing and the artwork, the painting go together. So it's a saying that, moms would say to their children that, when you have mercy and compassion in your heart, that your life is so much fuller. So that was chosen for its irony. And this is something that many people completely are oblivious about, that ivory comes out of a dead elephant, right? And in this one, this is the laughing Buddha, the smiling Buddha, who traditionally he's smiling out of the generosity of others, right? It's the giving. And in, modern times, he's often equated with, he's surrounded by coins and gold. And people have all these notions about, you rub his tummy and then that way you can get good luck. So what I have up here is, and it's kind of a double, it's like an ironic thing. So it says, the laughing Buddha. So it's whether he is laughing at this carcass of this elephant herd, or if he's laughing at people for thinking this way. And I'm also including this, which was exhibited at Central Booking. And it's it's evidence of a questionable life. And it's a mock witch trial of taking all these different, items from my personal archive and family archive, as well as sculptures and items, as if putting the family on a mock witch trial. Because within my family, we had 5 members that was purged during the Cultural Revolution. Because I come from a family of scientists. My granduncle was the founder of the National Academy of Sciences and the physics department at Beijing University, Fudan University. So we have all these different artifacts and the flip-flop of history. At one point, you're considered this, national hero, so to speak. And then at another point, you're considered like an enemy, a traitor. And your body is tossed. And then here we have, this is on the web, where you have, this is the only place where you can actually tell the truth. It's actually it's called Wa Heaven. wa.heaven. And this is where people can have these virtual memorials for people. And you could say things anonymously and talk about how they really died. People have been erased out of history, or it's been changed what actually happened. And then some contemporary artists, Lu Shengzhong, who is known for his cut paper work. And here he is, he's taking this image, and this is actually coming out of folk culture. And it's this image of a person, and it's really actually of a little girl. And you can see she's got ponytails, pigtails. And it's actually also a fertility symbol, a life symbol, and also somewhat resembles a frog. And so they're called like a wawa, it's a little girl. So he's taking it and repeating it, right? And then you see the positive, negative here as well. And it's called A Book from Humanity. And this is just one page. And then here he is taking that paper cut. And then this is all the little pieces that fall out. So it's the negative space, and then laying it out as language on a tombstone. And then here it is, he's also taking that same notion, but magnifying it as an installation. And probably many of you are familiar with Xu Bing and the Book from the Sky. So with this work, I think it covers so many issues, in particular, the notion of language and how for Xu Bing's generation, which is the Cultural Revolution generation, they have a really kind of, uncomfortable relationship with books because so much was censored. Basically, the only book that in his growing up that he could read was, Mao's Red Book. And, everything that was old tradition, old custom, bourgeois, the four olds was banned, especially Western literature that was completely forbidden. So then when he was later on able to, after the end of the Cultural Revolution, and then you have all these books, and he was in the US, and he talks about how, he was in a library and all these books he couldn't read because he couldn't read English. But this isn't actually an earlier work, and he is making up. He came from a printmaking background, and he's made up. So it's following the constructs of Chinese writing, which has a very specific stroke order. But none of this is legible. None of it is meaning. It doesn't mean anything. And if someone who reads Chinese, if you look at this, I look at this and I feel incredibly uncomfortable. To me, it's like taking my body and like making me go into awkward positions, like twisting your arms and things, because it's incredibly discordant, dissident, incongruent to look at because it's close, but not at all, right? And then here you have all the wood blocks, and then it was a humongous feat to carve all the wood blocks and then do this incredible printing. So, so just to sort of wrap it up, it's this notion of books coming out of this historical, geopolitical, social, cultural construct, the institutional, as well as the individual narratives, the lived experiences. And yet the artwork that is related to books, unfortunately, all too often get relegated to this sub-niche of crafts, right? Or this in-between novel genre, where because people can't put it into painting or not quite sculpture. And then the emphasis is on its binding structure and its cover, what I would call dressings, right? And so I'm proposing that given the weight, the complexity, and the interdisciplinary, all these associations, all these things where books are really coming from, and that incredible history, that what it really needs is that historical, social, cultural mindset, that understanding, that underpinning. And so I'm going to leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. As usual, a very interesting talk. And again, another artist I've had the pleasure of working with as a curator for many years is Miriam Schaer. She is a Brooklyn-based interdisciplinary artist who uses books, garments, photography, installation, and collage to explore feminine, social, and spiritual issues. She is represented in numerous collections, including the Alan Chazanoff Book Arts Collection at Yale Museum, the Jaffe Collection, Book as Aesthetic Object at Florida Atlantic University, the Brooklyn Museum of Art, Harvard University, the Sally Bingham Center for Women's History and Culture at Duke University, and the Library of Congress. Take it away, Mimi.
Give me a second to, could you not share the screen so I can get to my presentation? Hang on. Ah, there we go. Slideshow. Oh, shoot. End show. All right, I think I have to share the screen first. There we go. Sorry. I'm a little Zoom challenged. All right, well, thank you, Mary, Corina, everyone who helped to put this together. I'm gonna start with some thoughts from Namita Gupta-Wiggers, who, in addition to her credentials that you see below at the bottom of this page, is the founder of the Critical Craft Forum, which is on Facebook, actually. There are more than 17,000 members, and it's one of the most interesting places I found for conversation about culture and making. So I'm taking her quotes and I'm inserting book arts over craft because I think it's pertinent. So let's just start with, there is no single history of the book arts. The book arts is at the core of cultural knowledge, learning between generations, and community connections. Although museums and academia are considered cultural centers, these spaces do not include the breadth and depth of these book art stories, which I think is really interesting that it sort of dovetails right on what Mary was talking about. So I want to just stop in and give a little nod and say hello to Walter Benjamin, whose essay, Art in the Age of Photomechanical Reproduction, was really influential to artists in the 20th and the 21st century because he talks about how art will lose its value when it's influenced by mass production. And I've been thinking a lot about Walter Benjamin as we've been living in this virtual space where everything is mediated. And the one thing that's really struck me is that within the Zoom pandemic times, there's been a surge of online classes where people are just clamoring to make things with their hands. It's a little bit of a contradiction. So what's really interesting to me about the book arts is that artists from so many disciplines are drawn together to it. Painters, photographers, printmakers, poets, novelists. I come from craft and from fiber, which informs my practice. So I'm going to share with you a brief variety of non-traditional structures and materials. Some are not even recognizable as the rectilinear codex. However, they all come together in service as containers for ideas and jumping off points for content with material as metaphor. So let's set the stage with this very early example of what might be called a book. It's a hand-inscribed cuneiform seal. It's about 4,000 years old. It's only about 2 inches high. And like a lot of these structures, it was used to record trading details. Quipus are sometimes called talking knots, and they're also recording devices used by the Incans and other societies in South America. So they're made of colored threads with knots. Each color signifies something. Each knot structure also are ways of recording and representing numbers, data, dates, values in a decimal-based system. They can either be 2 strands or they can be 2,000 strands. This flagellation book from the 15th century Germany is called History of the World. And I like to think of it as early hypertext, since the book and the story can unfold in any number of pages, since the strips are constantly changing and not fixed. So old technologies rarely disappear. Scrolls, for example, continue to do duty as religious texts, as in this Hebrew prayer book or Torah. The early Romans devised wax-coated tablets, wood tablets, called pugilares, to write and erase messages with a stylus. This example is from Rome-governed Egypt in 128 AD. So again, these were used as accounting, communication. Sometimes they were folded and piled up on top of each other. And some scholars believe the word codex, which can mean block of wood in Latin, may have evolved from these wood and wax tablets. In medieval England, embroidery was all the rage, and that included embroidered book covers. So especially in the 16th and 17th century. On the left is the Felsberg Psalter, which is an illuminated manuscript dating to the 14th century, which is most likely the earliest known book with an embroidered binding. And the right side is the cover of a book called Miroir, or Glass of the Sinful Soul, which is kind of the top 10 of embroidered book bindings in the world, which is kind of a funny thing. It was embroidered by Elizabeth, who became Queen Elizabeth I. She embroidered it for her stepmother, Catherine Parr, which is why you see little KP on the center. And she did it in 1544 at age 11. Shaped bindings have existed for centuries. So this is a distinctive fleur-de-lis shaped book from 16th century France with hand-cut hand letters and hand-painted images. The idea of heart-shaped books are also very common in ancient books. A lot of times it was about love of God, not romantic love. And sometimes they were songbooks. The one on the left is an actual 14th century binding that's been tooled. And the book on the right is actually an historic model of a heart-shaped dos-a-dos, or two books bound together as one with a bind. They're sharing the spine in this case, but sometimes dos-a-dos share a backboard. And this is a really extraordinary complex structure from the 14th century, and it moves in 6 different directions. So in the 15th century, libraries were neither free nor open to the public. So as a result, chain libraries were not uncommon, and in fact, some of them still exist. The image on the right is the chained library at Hereford Cathedral in London. And I think today the idea of chained libraries is, you know, has a whole significant other meaning and is really resonant. Another structure that was of interest to me was a form called the girdle book. It's where books were worn around a person's girdle or waistband, so their books would be easy to consult and hard to lose. And this is a painting of a pilgrim where it shows how his girdle book is typically worn. So as I stumbled into this idea of wearable books and texts, I started to think about my own background. I grew up in a conservative Jewish family, and I realized that there was tefillin, or also called phylacteries, which is from a Greek word that means to protect. They are small, tefillin are small leather boxes filled with parchment scrolls that are inscribed with Torah verses. And it's a part of a morning prayer ritual that's performed by observant Jews, traditionally in conservative and Orthodox circles, men, but in more progressive, reform, Reconstructionist women do this as well. This is a 17th century wearable Quran from the collection of the Met. And in spite of growing up in a conservative middle-class Jewish family, my father was worked for Sisters of Charity Hospital. So there were a lot of nuns in my life growing up. And there were a lot of Catholic kids who went to Catholic school, and they wore scapulars, which I always found fascinating. They're little plastic things that hung around their neck. And then when I did some research on this, I found that they started to appear in the 7th century, and they were obviously not made of plastic at that point. I'm going to talk more now about some contemporary pieces. Lynn Allen is an artist based in Boston, and this is from a series that she did. This is Sitting Bull Moccasins, which I was drawn to for its wearable quality, but Lynn discovered a cache of letters when she cleared out her grandmother's house after her grandmother's death that revealed that her grandmother had been a Sioux Indian that had been removed and relocated for re-education from her family. And so these are incredibly poignant. She's made a number of objects using these letters as a basis of those texts. Amos Paul Kennedy, a just lovely little wearable book called African Proverbs. And this is a piece of mine, a girdle book with a heart-shaped accordion inset called Battle My Heart, a Wall Street Valentine, with a text by John Donne that I made during the last financial crisis. I haven't really made anything about this current financial crisis, as I haven't really been able to process it, but I think that's another slide talk. Other artists, there are any number of artists who are working with girdles and corsets as a sort of feminist female and a reference to the body. This is Tamar Stone, and her piece is called To Make Her Look Her Best. She has embroidered text onto a vintage girdle as she grapples with her history of fighting with scoliosis as a child. And embroidery is something I've done my whole life. So when I started to make books, whether it be on paper or onto other materials, the idea of embroidering the text really came naturally to me. These are two images from Babies Not on Board, where I explored society's prejudice against women without children. And I embroidered 18 rompers and baby garments. And then I dressed baby dolls and mannequins with these garments. And then I used that as material to make a number of books and installation and print on demand books. I also have Zhubing in my slide talk. I have his Chairman Mouse cigarettes from the Tobacco Project that was at the Virginia Museum of Fine Art as a way of showing an unusual use of text and a non-traditional or expected object. He also printed on tobacco leaves and made those leaves into books. So it's the idea of using non-paper, but a plant structure to make this book. Accordion books are really, really popular for obvious reasons. It's like a beautiful, simple structure. This is Clarissa Sly's What's Happening with Mama, which is a house-shaped accordion book with the pages on stair-like accordion pages. Deborah Shodoff, Mothers Without Stress, which is created from Xerox, collage, wallboard, and dryer lint. Ted Clausen's piece, Two Letters, To Him and to Her. The letters were etched onto glass, broken and placed into glass boxes. And then I want to talk a little bit about Hetty Kyle's April Diary, which was the first flag book and a really breakthrough structure and very influential to a lot of artists who've used it in their own way with their own concepts, including this giant flag book that was made by Anaída Hernandez for her installation Juegos Ilegales, based on the terror of everyday life lived by illegal immigrants. Now, I saw this and took this picture when this installation was at the New Museum, when the New Museum was on Lower Broadway. So what was that, the 90s? It was a long time ago, and a lot of things haven't changed. In Family Tree, artist Zhang Wan asked for 3 calligraphers to write on his face for one day. This is a film still from one of his video pieces. And when he talks about it, he said he was completely overwhelmed by his culture, by his family, by his community, by his life, to the point where he felt like he was being completely obliterated. And I was stopped in my tracks when I saw this because it was such a powerful image. Shelley Jackson's Skin, a mortal work of art, is a novel written one word at a time, tattooed on the bodies of volunteers who could not choose the word nor the body. Jackson considers this to be a living book. And last, one of my art heroes, Carolee Schneemann, takes an interior scroll, takes an ancient form, transforms it in the performative space, and leaves us with the remaining artifact. So I'm going to leave you with a couple more thoughts from Namita Gupta-Wiggers, slightly altered. How do we build the space that moves us from inviting people to have a seat at the table to rethinking the table itself? What is possible when we shift our thinking towards building a field connected to the lands beneath our feet? And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Mimi. Wonderful as usual. And on to Pablo Helguera. Pablo was born in Mexico City and is a visual artist living in New York. His work involves performance, drawing, installation, theater, and other literary strategies. Recipient of international grants and awards, he is often considered a pioneering figure in the field of socially engaged art. He's the author of many books, including Education for Socially Engaged Art and the Parable Conference. He is currently assistant professor of arts management and entrepreneurship at the College of the Performing Arts at the New School. He writes a weekly column titled Beautiful Eccentrics. Pablo?
Thank you so much, Maddy, and thank you to Corina and to the Center for Book Arts for inviting us to be part of this wonderful conversation. And thank you for your wonderful presentations that I really have enjoyed. I would like to talk a little bit about the subject that I tend to be very literal. I was invited. We were speaking about the topic of critique in bookmaking. With a confession, all my life I have loved books, although my field has normally been identified as outside of bookmaking, social practice and performance. However, I have always made books in my own way, taking it again very literally, writing those books, and also thinking of the format and the act of reading as something particularly meaningful. I was involved with the Center for Book Arts in 2007, where I did an edition titled A Dictionary of Foreign Time. It's a set of magic lantern slides. These were like the early ways in which a slide projector would work, using objects that belong to immigrants. These are objects found at the Tenement Museum in New York, as a reflection on how time is also a foreign entity. The book has two quotes by two writers, L.P. Hartley, "The past is a foreign country," and Paul Valéry, "The future is not what it used to be." So books have always been an important part of my practice and my work. Yet over the years, or in my early years of my career, I did not consider the book as something that I would necessarily write. My brother was a writer and I was the artist. When my brother passed away through an accident, and he was a formative figure for me, I instinctively ended up going back to writing. And the first project that I wanted to develop that was a book was inspired on my observations on the art world itself as a society, as a social entity. I felt that it would be useful to appropriate the format itself of the book to refer to it, and I used a format that it was very common in the 19th century, and it still is used somewhat today, which are etiquette manuals that tell you how to act and how to behave in society. In Latin America, the most famous etiquette manual was written in the 19th century by a man named Manuel Antonio Carreño. It's a manual that tells you like the very basics about how do you behave at the table, how can you be a polite person. And the rules were so specific and so regimented that, you know, it works really well in very formal settings. But when you read it today, it just feels very awkward and like really antiquated. And of course, very sexist and very classist, you know. But I felt that the unspoken rules of the art world were worth exploring as we ourselves, as artists or curators or critics, engage with the art world. There's a lot of things that we do not know. So of course, the manual was written in that very regimented style, but it's of course an ironic take on the art world. And it did have aspects of it that were like some things that we tend to talk about. What is the ideal social choreography that an artist should follow in an opening? Explaining that the art world is a chess game where critics are like bishops, curators are the rooks. The artist can, if the artist arrives to the 8th square, they can become a queen, and so forth. The book contained various structures of who's acceptable to date and what is really the best way to put together a press release and so forth. This was a period for me in which I was starting to really kind of structure my understanding of the art world as a field that I could actually study as almost an ethnographic way. Coming from Latin America, I am very much keenly aware of the way that other cultures become otherized and they become exoticized and seen from the outside. And I guess my question was like, as artists that we are ourselves outsiders, can we look at the social context under which we operate from an outside perspective? And I have always made cartoons in my work, but it was always in a very private way. I've never really showed them publicly until social media really came about, and I wanted to attempt some kind of appropriation of a format that is very common to the New Yorker magazine, what's called a single panel cartoons, to make very specific insider comments on the art world, the things that we normally hear and say, but we don't always publicly talk about, you know. These led to other series of books that again are inhabiting a format that already exists out there, that is very conventional and known by the mainstream. However, doing it with a type of insider knowledge that only you can have if you are part of this particular world, I guess, you know. And it becomes perhaps a form of therapy, becomes a form of reflecting on our own obsessions or fascinations, and the way in which the art market also shapes or actions or influences the way that we interact, you know. I did do a Spanish language version of the cartoons when I was invited in Mexico by somebody to do something similar. Instead of adopting the New Yorker format, which is very specifically related to the American context, I instead started a comic strip called The Adventures of Olmeco Boys. It's a character that, I mean, it's somehow emerging of the format of the Aztec Codex, but also of the Peanut cartoons. The Olmeco is an Olmec artist who lives in the pre-Columbian times. He is kind of like a Charlie Brown character who makes these gigantic Olmec heads, which are his conceptual art. And he is he's ignored and laughed at by the dominant artistic milieu of Aztec artists. And so it became, using the pre-Columbian world to make this comic, became a way to reflect on what was the contemporary art world in Mexico specifically, to me at least. And so the projects that I just described are just specific reflections, and perhaps you might see them as a social critique of the art world. But I am a socially engaged artist, and my work, I believe that the role of critique in social practice is to go beyond the notion of critique, at least in the way it has been employed or understood by, let's say, institutional critique, and instead think of it as the creation or development of a proactive and affirmative statement and proposal that can make, as Buckminster Fuller once wrote, previous systems irrelevant. So as part of my great love for books, I did this project that was launched in 2013, Librería Donceles, of which I will talk for a few minutes. In Mexico City, there's those of you who might be familiar with Mexico City, and if you go downtown, it's an incredible historical part of the city. Every street kind of has its own business theme or focus. If you want to buy wedding dresses, you go to a particular street. If you want to buy office supplies, you go to another street. If you want to buy electronics, etc. And there's there's a street called Donceles, which is behind the cathedral, that is all used bookstores, and is, to me, a fantastic, paradise type of place. And if you like books, which I'm sure all of you do, this is really a wonderful adventure, and going into a used bookstore is very different, of course, than going to a contemporary kind of commercial bookstore. It's really not about looking for something in particular. It's really about immersing yourself in this forest of books and then hopefully finding something interesting for 10 pesos or so, which is very little. I developed this project during a time when I was saddened by the quick closure of many used bookstores, and in particular by the closure of the last bookstore in Manhattan that sold books in Spanish. I did a little research on the history of books in bookstores in New York, and the subject of immigration. And well, first of all, it's important to note that it's striking that in New York City, which has around 2 million Latino inhabitants, that has basically no Spanish language bookstores, or at least exclusively dedicated to selling books in Spanish. In the 2020s, a poet, Jose Juan Tablada, a Mexican poet who was also a diplomat working in the embassy in Mexico, in New York, he decided to open a bookstore of his own. It was called Librería de los Latinos. It was a project that was kind of a very ambitious and an almost artistic project, which did not last. He only lasted a few months because he was a great poet and but not great businessman. And I wanted to go back to that idea of, like, what if we created a used Spanish language bookstore for local communities? I went back to Mexico and I started a campaign compiling donations of books, offering artwork in return for different donations. And one thing that is, I think, really interesting in Mexico City, as in many other places, Mexico is full of families and people that, especially middle class, they just accumulate things in their house because you rarely, if ever, move, or it's moving is not so common, so you accumulate stuff. And people wanted to contribute to the project, helping the immigrant, especially Spanish-speaking immigrants in the U.S. By just giving away their books. And people from all walks of life participated. People were from office workers to teachers to even children, giving on their own children's books toward the project. Before we knew it, we had 20,000 volumes. And this was also the early years of the Kickstarter campaigns, which to me were really, really helpful, as we were able to fundraise enough to bring the 20,000 volumes to New York. And Librería Donceles was opened at a gallery in Chelsea. And it was, putting it together was a very special experience for me. I always say I'm the last analog generation, the person who grew up without internet. and books were to me my internet. They were the universe of knowledge, the way in which I connected with the world. And the construction of the project was in a way kind of a reconstruction of my family home when I was a kid in Mexico. And it was a very capricious kind of creating this very home-like environment where people could just hang out and relax with the books. It became in a way a project that you would call in sociology a third place, a place that is not work, that is not home, but it's a place where people with joint interests can come together to share their work and their love for books. The bookstore traveled through the different cities. It continues to travel today. This was in Phoenix, Arizona. It has traveled to around 14 different cities. And it has met very different purposes in the different places where it has gone. I mean, it has served as this open space where immigrant rights groups or women's rights groups or like people just interested in sensitizing others to other cultures can come together and have discussions and events. This is in San Francisco. And I just want to mention that the way the bookstore operates is books are pay what you wish. You pay anything you want, but you have to pay something, and you can only take one book with you. And all the proceeds go to local organizations that support either the promotion of Spanish language or Latin American culture, or serve other related social causes like immigration and stuff, immigration rights. But to me, it was really important to first to be really a bookstore that really allowed an individual to come and take a book with them. So it's not a library; it's a book. So to me, the ownership of the object is important, and the ability to make that selection yourself, and the connection between the book donor and the book buyer is important. This is in Red Hook, where I live, in my neighborhood. After the Hurricane Sandy, it felt very important to me to be able to do something to renovate the cultural life of the neighborhood that was severely affected by the storm. And there we created again, what I call the tertulias, which are like these soirees that happen weekly, where we can have book readings, performances, and other types of interactive events that can sometimes be done in collaborations with colleges or university groups, or with individuals who want to share their work. And in essence, that is to me the relevance of a place like Librería Donceles. It's essentially a social place where the textural and the sensorial aspect of the book is really important. Just to conclude, I know this has been long. I just want to mention that to me, my relationship with the book is again, as I said, is very deep, and it's also very personal. And I just want to mention one practice that I have had for many years now. It's titled the Arlington Heights Suite. It's a daily practice. It's almost like a diaristic practice where I use discarded educational books. I am by formation an educator, and I'm interested in the subject of explanations and captions. So I've been making every night these collages using illustrations and texts that I find that try to best describe whatever happened that day. The practice has now evolved into around 12,364 collages that are just part of this large collection. And the project is to be able to finally exhibit them together in one single location whenever the time comes. But in other words, it's a way. In some way, it's a score of scores. It's producing a series of a narrative or a pattern that can be used performatively, and in a way, it's also a very extensive book that, in my particular situation, it's perhaps an autobiographical book, but at the same time, it's detached. It's not. It's appropriated with images existing from other places. it's a book of books, and again, it's another example, at least for me, in which the book always figures in a way in which allows one to think critically of yourself, of the world around you, and hopefully offer some answers. That's it.
Thanks, Pablo. Sorry, we're in a bit of a rush, so I'm going to get straight to John. John Haber is an arts writer and textbook editor in New York with a background in hard science. That mix makes an interest in artist books only natural. He began HaberArts.com 25 years ago, and it has grown to thousands of reviews, from blog posts to in-depth articles, and from art history to contemporary art. He tries to place a critic's judgment within a context of description and interpretation to make art of all kinds more accessible, provocative, and interesting. Take it away, John.
John, I think we need to have you unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, well, thanks. Well, again, thanks, Maddy. Thanks to everyone for coming. I'll be abridging my talk a bit because we're running late, so I apologize if, if I'm making this up on the fly and let you down. Now, I meant this opening image really is just a placeholder while I got going, but it was too beautiful to pass up. It's by Jean Poyet from the Book of Hours of Henry VIII around 1500. But while I'm here, let me throw out a question already. Just how important can an artist book like this be to the story of the Renaissance, and by extension, how important can it be to art today? And it's not obvious. If you pick up a textbook in the Northern Renaissance, you probably won't find this. Artists certainly didn't flock to it the way Italian artists across the country could flock to The Last Supper in Milan, and they couldn't have. This was between the pages of a book in France. But still, it has something so special. It's at the very peak of the High Renaissance. It's both unusually naturalistic, but also conversely something of a fantasy. It's an ideal summer. So I think we can already see that an artist's book in its intimacy adds something to how we see history and ourselves, and I'll try to come back to this. Meanwhile, Maddy's already introduced who I am, and it should make me a natural for the artist's book. Growing up bookish and working with textbooks as well as with writing about art. And also my background in science, I had to be intrigued when the central booking said it was opening a space just for book artists that applied to the intersection of art and science. And that space is gone for now, but I still love this last month stumbling on this artist, Melvin Way, an outsider artist at a gallery that specializes in outsider art, Andrew Edlin. And he was made a habit of taking his own handwritten, not altogether plausible math and chemical formulas and creating a scrapbook or journal out of them, a very strange kind of book art. And it can be at any moment at once mesmerizing or just plain laugh out loud. But there's another reason I think that a critic should take an interest in artist book, because if we find artists who combine object, text, and image, in a lot of ways, that's what critics are for too. Now, if you ask most people what makes for a good critic, you'd probably hear good taste. And you also might hear that words stand in the way of a work of art, the way that icky theory does. And I'd like to argue that both those are wrong. As far as I'm concerned, you're free to think that I have god-awful taste. I'm not here to pick winners for you, to plan your weekend. Rather, the historians and critics I've loved most are the ones who open my eyes to whole new experiences. And that's what I'd love critics to do too. And when you think about it again, about the intersection of writing and art, that's what artists do so much too. We go to art to have our experiences expanded of other ideas, other people, other countries, and other places. It's partly a matter of diversity of focus today, but it's really what art can do all along. So all that said, though, I was rather late in coming to an admiration for book art. For one thing, I wanted to keep my interests separate because I thought they deserved no less. Art and books and science too all have their own sense of wonder and their own sense of rigor. They're not just metaphors for one another. You know, if I hear one more time that relativity is about everything's relative, I'm going to just totally lose it. But another reason is that, as we saw with the opening slide, book art is so often just plain under the radar. Even if you went to the Art on Paper book fair looking for book art, you really wouldn't find it, this hideous slide notwithstanding, which comes from the fair's homepage. You know, mostly you'd get prints and posters. And there's an assumption underlying that too, which is, I think for most of us, art primarily takes place in a public arena. We flock to galleries and museums and in Summers parks for art. We, if we're looking for the origins of the Renaissance, we go to churches and chapels throughout Europe, looking for it there. Maddy already showed this, which is an image by Xiao, his frescoes for the Arena Chapel in Padua. And many of the works that I admire and love most take place on a public scale too, like abstract expressionism. So what turned me around, I think, was having to not just encounter an artist book, but then having to ask what in the world an artist book is. And the wonder is that there was really so many examples and also so many different answers. We already saw some of those answers just today. For one thing, an artist book is indeed an art object. That's in the title of the panel right now. But for another thing, an artist book is what's inside the object, which can be text, images, you name it. And it can also be the very process of publishing a book, which is the topic for another panel later this weekend. And you can see all of those in another show of Renaissance France right now at the Morgan Library. It's in that tiny room off the Morgan's lobby where you usually rush past on the way to something else. But in this case, please don't. It's about a patron of the arts, Claude de L'Aubespine, and he commissioned artist books like this one with you know, beautiful covered. The artisanship here is known not by the person's name. All we know is that it was the Mahu Aesop workshop, and that's because they also turned out a version of Aesop's Fables. But besides the object, if you open that book cover, as Claude could have, you might have seen texts. In this particular case, it was the work of a land surveyor. And in another case, it was Pierre Ronsard, France's greatest poet at the time. And you'd see some of the greatest illustrators of his time too. And as far as the process, book art as a process of publishing, of course, Claude was building a library. And Miriam has already examined what the connotations of a library meant at the time. And there's naturally, I think you can see some of that same multiplicity in art now, as again, we've seen pretty much this morning, and I'm gonna try to take examples as much as I can from central booking. And again, sorry if I'm rushing through everything way too quickly to contribute enough. On the one hand, again, book art can be about imagery. And here, Mary Frank has created something how her own personal fossil record. Mary is an older woman artist, one of many now who thankfully are getting her recognition and her due. And as for the book artist object, well, here to one side, Michelle Wilson has cut through the pages of a book to create the topography of an endangered landscape in Brazil. And to the other side, Jordan Andrzejek has taken up an old art book form. We've again already seen today the accordion book, but she's given it a sense of an object by the transparency of her colors, and also linked it to information science, because this is about, as she calls it, shades of white. And maybe even more fascinating are artist books that are harder to pin down, that fall, well, into all or none of these categories. Here's someone named Paul Tecklenburg. This image looks like an electron micrograph, although it's on a human scale and the objects turned out not to be very small at all. And I'm not even going to tell you how he made it. But just leave open the question of, is it an image? Is it an object? What is it? And the wonderful thing is that I can leave you to find your own answers to that. So to come back to just the first slide, again, this can really, an acquaintance with book art like this can alter your history and your sense of history. And it has for me, now that I've spent more time with artist book. When I reviewed a show of illuminated manuscripts at the Morgan Library, I began with these words: what if the Renaissance took place in secret? What if centuries of art began in miniature? So, of course, there are other private experiences of art too. Artists make sketches just for themselves and their friends. They make sketches as preparatory to paintings and sculpture. But an artist book, even there, differs a bit, because it's something that's open to anyone, and maybe just one person at a time. So if you're that one person, I hope that book art can, opening a book can open your eyes. And I'll leave that with you, and I'll just again plug myself that my website's now grown to a kind of miniature encyclopedia or resource in contemporary art and art history, haberarts.com, and I welcome you to take a look at it. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, John. That was really wonderful. Maddy, did you have any closing remarks that you wanted to add?
Well, I'm still seeing. John, can you share your screen, please? Okay. Anyway, all right. There we. Well, I had hoped that we would have a little more time for discussion, but it was important to get in everybody's presentations as well. So just thank you, everybody, for being here. I guess we can continue discussion at a later time. Anybody is quite welcome to email us. We all work together and know each other. We're very glad to answer any of your questions and discuss anything that in our brief presentations were just popped up. As I know we covered a lot of ground. We had very little time to do it, but as I say, it's a very big, rich topic, and especially when we're talking in terms of creating a whole lexicon for dealing with the work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maddy. And I just wanted to say that we should all continue this conversation in the chat on the Printed Matter Virtual Art Book Fair page for CABC. I'll be posting that link in the Zoom chat momentarily. But so fascinating to hear from everyone. And thank you so much, Maddy, for organizing this program. Okay, so we are going to get started right away with urgent publishing. And let's see here. I am going to add in Nicholas. Are you here? Let's see here. Yes, you are. Where are you? There we go. Okay, great. I'm going to let you unmute yourself now.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hi, guys. Do you see me okay?
We
yes.
do.
Hi. So welcome, everybody. Good morning. Good afternoon, in fact. And welcome to the session of the Contemporary Artists Book Conference. I am Nicholas Koblenz, and as you know, this is Corina Reynolds. And we are members of the organizing committee of the conference and will act as hosts for this session. The CABC has held this conference since 2008, and this year is organized by the Center for Book Arts as part of the Printed Matter Virtual Book Fair. We'd like to thank the Andy Warhol Foundation for the Visual Arts, for their generous support of the Center for Book Art Criticism initiative and in making the conference possible. Additional thanks to the conference sponsors, Brooklyn Rail, Sorted Library, and Small Editions. The Center for Book Arts and the usual in-person space for of the Contemporary Artist Book Conference are on the unceded land of the Munsee Lenape peoples. I ask you to join me in acknowledging and uplifting the Munsee Lenape community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations in the lands in which you are tuning in from. There are 10 sessions overall between Friday and Sunday, exploring a wide range of questions about artists' book criticism, what it is now and what it can be. And a link to the CABC program is posted in the chat window. These sessions include two convenings as part of the Book Art Review initiative to help develop principles for the future of book art criticism, and a closing plenary in which we will look to collect actionable ideas and recommendations that arise throughout the conference. These items will be posted on the CBA website with progress reported during the coming year and next year's edition of the conference. In addition to the Zoom meeting, sessions will also be live streamed on the CBA YouTube channel and will be recorded and posted after the conference. If you have questions during this session, please post them in the chat session, and as hosts, we'll be asking them on behalf to the panelists. Attendees will be muted throughout, and we recommend you also keep your cameras turned off. Please feel free to chat during the session and remain respectful of the speakers and other attendees. We'll also be posting relevant links during the talks. If you need any assistance during the session, please send a private message to anyone with CABC in their name. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists for today, Paul Soulellis. Hi, Paul.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. Thank you, Nicholas. I'm just going to get started and share my screen and get into it. Can you all see okay?
Yes.
Great. So I want to start by just, of course, thanking the Center for Book Arts and for this event and for including me in this event, as well as Corina Reynolds, the executive director, and the entire staff for making everything run so smoothly, and Printed Matter, of course, for the entire fair. I'm gonna get started. You'll see on many of my slides, I've got a little QR code at the bottom. That's if there's a link to something that I'm referring to in the slide. And then I believe at some point Corina will also post, maybe towards the end, a link to the actual talk itself and all the slides. So I'm going to go fairly quickly. So, I mean, the images will go by quickly. So if you want to refer to things later, you'll have access to all the imagery. I'm also really excited to continue the conversation that was started in the classroom session a few hours ago with Hardworking Good Looking and Clara and Dante and Christian, and others. It was an amazing conversation about urgent publishing and the aesthetics of urgency. And I felt like I was really happy to think about that conversation perhaps continuing in this session. So I'm going to get started. This is a work in progress, as talks like this tend to be. So I'm really looking forward to the feedback and the discussion afterwards. So we're here at this conference devoted to the artist's book at an enormous art book fair, that is considered to be the ultimate destination for artists who publish. And we're here to take the temperature, so to speak, as the title of this event tells us, around art book criticism and scholarship. We're taking the temperature during a pandemic, during the radical turbulence of racial injustice, police brutality, political turmoil, and climate emergency, a feverish backdrop to the task at hand. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging that for the next 40 minutes or so of this talk, I'm going to present within this very specific, very real context of multiple overlapping and intersecting crises. I want to begin with one of the more foundational statements about artistic publishing, written in 1976, which was the same year Printed Matter was founded. It's from writer and curator Lucy Lepard, one of its co-founders, and it appeared in this issue of Art Right, with Carl Andre on the cover, a periodical that was founded and edited by some of her Printed Matter colleagues. In this statement, which appears in context with many other statements about artists' books, she expresses optimism around the politics of publishing as an artistic practice. She's writing about the potential for artists' books to act like propaganda, specifically around feminism. She says, quote, "One of the reasons artists' books are important to me is their value as a means of spreading information. I'm talking about communication, but I guess I'm also talking about propaganda. Artists' books spread the word, whatever that word may be. So far, the content of most of them hasn't caught up to the accessibility of the form. The next step is to get the books out into the supermarkets, where they'll be browsed by women who wouldn't darken the door of Printed Matter or read heresies, and usually have to depend on Hallmark for their gifts. I have this vision of feminist artists' books in school libraries or being passed around under the desks, in hairdressers, in gynecologists' waiting rooms, in Girl Scout cookies," end quote. So almost 50 years later, I think we can say that Lucy Lepard's vision of artists' books ensconced in supermarkets has finally arrived, although not in the form she anticipated. Today, rather than finding heresies at the Stop and Shop, we download it and we carry it around with us while running our errands. We find artists getting the word out about feminism and race and politics there in our feeds. But this works so well, not because the zines are for sale, but because we are. We are the product, or rather our behavior and data are. Lepard's vision has been turned inside out. Instead of artists taking over public space with publishing, we have algorithmically sorted feeds acting like vast publishing machines that engulf us, watch us, and listen in while we post, shop, and consume. And of course, there's no need to actually go to the supermarket. We can do that right there in the feed. Who controls the narrative then in this distorted version of the empowered artist who has so-called free access to these unlimited tools? These feeds that we care for and nurture and consume are precisely engineered by big tech companies to manipulate our attention, while at the same time claiming that their publishing platforms have finally democratized the dissemination of information, LOL. We know this isn't true, and that these tools are far from perfect, far from pure. Yet still, we fight to protect and consume and occupy them. It really is a surreal thing to think about this inside-out, disembodied version of Lucy Lepard's dream of spreading the artistic word. I'm also thinking about Lepard's famous quote in relation to urgent publishing, because there is an undeniable sense of urgency right there in her language. She's expressing the political potential for artistic publishing, art as propaganda, publishing as a way to shift or change perspective. There is some truth to this in our current reality, which complicates my simplified read of big tech publishing. Artists are pushing art to the masses like propaganda, but they're doing it alongside everyone else and their messages, including, and perhaps especially, her Hallmark moms. Her awkward characterization of those women who wouldn't, quote, darken the door of printed matter sounds off or even offensive today. And for me, it brings up questions about Lepard's own position in writing her statement around questions around class, race, and feminism in the mid-1970s. Lepard's statement and our connection to her through this fair, however, sets the stage for us to take the temperature today. She dreamed of a politicized, maybe radicalized publishing future through artistic means. But publishing has always been political, artistic, academic, commercial, or otherwise. Publishing compels, persuades, informs, attracts, confuses, scripts, and manipulates. To publish is fundamentally a political act. In moments of crisis, as we've experienced so deeply in the last year, we see not only artists, but community organizers, scholars, poets, activists, collectively engaging with different modes of publishing to urgently document and communicate what's happening in real time. They're not at the supermarket, they're in the street, and they're at home with us. Today, the artist's propaganda that Lepard hoped for is right there in our feeds when we wake up in the morning, making the distinction between what is or isn't right for us, or radical enough, or too political, or not artistic enough, or what is or isn't publishing even, an overwhelming condition and much more difficult to navigate. Here's an artist's book by Lawrence Weiner, solidly regarded within the artistic publishing canon, and whose work has been featured at Printed Matter since the day it opened. Here's his most recent work, a collaboration with Virgil Abloh for Louis Vuitton. For their fall-winter 2021 collection, they, quote, plastered his statements across accessories, which we can see in these stills from a highly stylized film that was released online just a few weeks ago to introduce the work. Dramaturgy and scenography is credited to Candace Williams of Cassandra Press, one of the exhibitors here at the fair. They are just part of a vast team of highly creative and sought after artists, poets, musicians, and cultural producers coming together to sell $4,000 bags. How do we approach artistic publishing now in relation to a project like this, in relation to this economic reality? How do we reconcile the artist, the propaganda, and the supermarket here? I'm purposefully creating some confusion with this example here in order to question some of the terms we're using at this conference, like artist's book, artistic publishing, and publishing as artistic practice. I'm well aware of where this language comes from and what it means in a classic sense. But rather than control and cement these terms into a kind of self-reassuring certainty, I think it's crucial that we problematize this language and these images. Especially here at this conference, at this fair, Who gets to use the word artist? What qualifies as artistic publishing when this kind of commercial and cultural production is the context that we're working in? Selling $250 photo books, or in this case, $14,000 artists' portfolios, or a tabling next to a $10.5 billion corporation at the art book fair. Why look at artists' books at all right now in crisis? Like the rest of the art world, artists' books have been absorbed into every corner of corporate, commercial, and institutional politics. A.A. Bronson noted this in an interview in 2015 and talks about an interest in things that are done less institutionally, on the fly. Quote, artists are using different technologies. Books like this can occur and be printed in a more casual way, my emphasis. I propose that we examine this more casual way of publishing, stretching beyond books and beyond the artist's practice even, and open up this space to a broader understanding of how folks shift our view by disseminating urgent creative material. Writing about queer publishing in this context of cultural capitalism and institutionalization, Darian Razdar says that, quote, subsuming radical practices into dominant structures perpetuates more harm than it reduces. Nonprofits, museums, cultural corporations, style magazines, chic developers, and governmental arts councils are all complicit to varying degrees in the exploitation of transgressive art for capital accumulation. That entire essay that Darian wrote is fantastic. The link is there. Instead of focusing on these institutions and the exceptional artist publisher as solo producer, let's think about publishing below, outside of, against, or after capitalism, and acknowledge the complex reality of how it is that artists who make books are even able to survive today under enormous precarity. Publishing has always been used to dominate and exert control as one of the principal tools of hegemonic power and colonization. Treaties, tracts, maps, executive orders, regulations, laws, textbooks, branding guidelines, entire libraries, algorithmic feeds. These are just some of the ways in which the construction and distribution of knowledge through acts of printing, publishing, and archiving have been used to control the narrative. And in so doing, to marginalize, authorize, police, harm, and erase, especially in today's special blend of accelerated surveillance capitalism. So there's good reason to try to understand the political potential of publishing right now, especially when it can be used to loosen or push back against the grip of hegemonic power. Because while publishing can most certainly be a tool of the oppressor, the ability to circulate stories and information in public space is also one of the superpowers of the underserved. As a means towards the empowerment of those who suffer most under oppression, independent publishing enables truly alternative ideas to be seen and heard outside of corporate, state, and institutional settings. Sometimes it's happening right there in the open on the same exact platforms where others are doing the most harm. Sometimes it's elsewhere in less visible spaces. So while we're here to think through and examine and question the form of the book, I would like to suggest that we also put that safe word aside and instead think platform. With so many ways to make public and an endless range of publishing technologies and platforms becoming available, publishing as empowerment is now more possible than ever. But I'm going to have to leave the artist's book behind to go further with this thought. Which brings me to the title of my talk, Urgent Publishing After the Artist's Book. The radical potential of publishing, artistic or otherwise, is the part of Lepard's quote that I'm most hopeful about. How we might share stories, legitimize thought, propose alternatives, and collectively imagine other futures by, with, and for oppressed communities, especially Black, Indigenous, people of color, queer and trans folks, disabled folks, immigrants, and everyone else left out of normative history writing and speculative future visioning. From live streaming to Animal Crossing protests to community organizing on Discord, today's independent publishing culture enables those with access to basic tools so many options for creatively disseminating radical ideas. And to use the circulation of published material as a way to gather in communion against oppression. This happens at every scale, from individual empowerment to global coalition building. Urgent radical publishing is one of our most powerful tools in the movement towards liberation. Yes, let's leave the traditional form of the artist's book aside for now. Instead, we'll draw upon decades of radical anti-capitalist thought and collective action, focusing on specific moments of publishing as interference, produced within the Black radical tradition, feminism, abolition, cooperative organizing, queer and trans liberation, and queer theory. This other history of publishing is sometimes approached through an art or design or poetry lens, but it's almost never the primary focus when telling that story. By looking closely at the interference and at the specific gestures and acts of publishing that interrupt and agitate, I want to shift our attention away from the commodified supermarket view of publishing as the production of objects. What if the famous fruit salad diagram by Clive Philpott had been drawn to depict actions or gestures rather than consumable pieces of fruit? Looking closely at specific acts of radical publishing as interference enables us to see the labor involved and the values that emerge from social publishing ecosystems that depend upon collaboration, participation, communal care, and mutual aid networks. Values that encompass a new ethics and a politics of making public, rather than endless variations on old publishing models. Let's look at a few examples. Much has been written and discussed about the visual impact of the Black Panther newspaper and Emory Douglas's amazing legacy as the party's Minister of Culture and the newspaper's art director, designer, and main illustrator, as well as the political content published in the more than 500 issues of the newspaper, which was the most widely read Black newspaper in the US in the early 70s. How the newspaper was distributed is less discussed. Wednesday night was when the paper came out. Every Panther in the Bay Area came to help get the paper out. Black Panther Party members themselves were responsible for dispersing the news and would sell the paper in laundromats, street corners, and other public spaces. Sounds familiar. This is the radical publishing future Lucy Lepard dreamed of, but years before she wrote those words. The cost of the paper was 25 cents, and sellers would keep a dime from each sale. As a cooperative model of publishing, the dissemination of radical thought was closely dependent upon each member's participation as a distribution point in a peer-to-peer network. I propose that we see the Black Panther newspaper model as an early example of urgent mutual aid publishing. It's the radical labor here that's often overlooked in favor of the end product. Participation in the Black Panther publishing ecosystem was supported by the act of delivering it. Each distribution point also becomes an opportunity for conversation, to learn, interact, and engage between people. As a shared practice, the Black Panther newspaper was not just a published product, but an alternative publishing economy that prioritized care and community need. And this was negotiated and fulfilled communally through acts of mutual aid. The exchange of money enabled the newspaper to continue printing, but it also directly benefited those who labored in its distribution. The act of publishing itself was intimately tied up in the values and politics of its content. The form was conventional, it's a newspaper, but every other aspect challenged expectations, from its politics to its design to its method of delivery to its economic model, to its social impact. It was urgent publishing in the physical timeliness of its delivery in public space, and in the necessity to gather and exchange in the exact moment of exchange. This was radical publishing because it interfered with the conventions of white-controlled, white supremacist mainstream media by amplifying the conversation around racial injustice. It gave voice to Black communities in crisis. Later in the 70s, the Combahee River Collective emerged in Boston. The collective was a Black feminist lesbian organization, and it published what would become a groundbreaking text, the Combahee River Collective, a Black feminist statement. The statement announced their politics as separate from and more radical than the group they emerged from, the National Black Feminist Organization. Barbara Smith was one of the co-founders of the collective, as well as of Kitchen Table, Women of Color Press later on. In an incredibly detailed oral history in 2003, she describes the formation of the group and the writing of the statement. She said, "And people know about the Combahee River Collective because of the statement and because I was committed, even before becoming a publisher, to have that appear in as many places as possible around the country and the world." Later in the interview, Smith describes making photocopies of the text after it was published for the first time in this book in order to distribute it at a conference. It was going, quote, "It was going to that conference and coming prepared with copies of the collective statement that we had Xeroxed. That's what gave me the idea to do the Kitchen Table Women of Color Press Freedom Organizing pamphlet series." Smith's photocopying of the radical text and delivering it in person, coming prepared to a new audience, was both casual and urgent, and probably didn't look or feel like publishing in the moment, but it was a necessary and timely act of dissemination. She speaks of preparation, of readiness to spread the word with the statement, photocopies in hand. It was an urgent intervention within the time and space of the conference, more a quick gesture than formal publishing. But without question, the distribution of a radical text. She used modest available tools, a Xerox machine, and her own labor to spread the word. It was a timely redistribution, a quick republishing on top of a slower one, entirely outside the academic, commercial, or alternative publishing worlds. She did what had to be done. It was around that time that Smith founded Kitchen Table Women of Color Press after a phone conversation with Audre Lorde in October 1980, where Lorde said to her, "You know, Barbara, we really need to do something about publishing." Smith goes on to say, quote, "As feminist and lesbian of color writers, we knew that we had no options for getting published, except at the mercy or whim of others, whether in the context of alternative or commercial publishing, since both are white dominated," end quote. From the urgent need to write and publish the Combahee Statement, to the Xeroxing and hand delivery to new audiences, to the necessity of starting a press that would work towards a new Black feminist publishing, the extended moment described by Smith suggests enormous labor and determination. These acts and artifacts are the result of a powerful commitment to communal care through the distribution of radical ideas. Along with the Black Panther newspaper and Kitchen Table, many other activist publishers emerged from crisis, resistance, and liberation in the late 60s and into the 90s, from Freddie and Lorraine Perlman and their Black and Red Press at the Detroit Printing Co-op, to the early queer publishing collective Community Press in New York City in the 70s, with incredible taglines like "Survival by Sharing" and "Press for a Sharing Culture," to Grand Fury and Act Up, Queer Nation, and the queer and trans zines and newsletters of the 80s and 90s, like Gender Trash. I'd like to bring one more moment into this timeline. It's an image that attracted wide attention in the context of the AIDS pandemic and the necropolitics of the Reagan administration in the US, which targeted gay men and intravenous drug users. In October 1988, artist David Wojnarowicz attended an ACT UP action at the FDA in Washington, D.C., wearing a denim jacket with lettering that spelled out the following message on his back: "If I die of AIDS, forget burial, just drop my body on the steps of the FDA." I see this jacket, as well as this photograph of Wojnarowicz wearing it, first as an act of protest. It speaks within and on behalf of the collective, the ACT UP activists assembled at this particular moment, and the vast community that they represented. It speaks as an urgent gesture of publishing, manifesting dire language in public space. The wearing of the jacket uses the very body that is the subject of its message, the body that will die 4 years later from this disease, as the platform for its dispersion. This jacket is many things. It's a performance, it's graphic design, it's a shared plea, it's a political protest. It's an urgent artifact charged with meaning and power in the specific context for which it was created. It exists as a fleeting performance in that moment, an urgent message that announces a call for refusal, forget burial, and the potential for radical action, just drop my body. It continues to deliver these messages as a specific photograph that documents the event, circulating more than 30 years into the future and speaking to us today in relation to other pandemics. It's the artist's labor that needs to be noted here, an urgent call to interfere against acceptance and cooperation. As we trace an incomplete history of urgent acts of publishing, I propose that we identify the labor surrounding this jacket created and worn at this protest, and the photograph that recorded it, now traveling through time and across networks as a powerful example of publishing's radical potential to interfere with and loosen power. It does so defiantly, outside of any commercial model, outside the supermarket, standing far away from capitalist heteronormative definitions of artistic success. The Black Panther newspaper spreading the word, Barbara Smith spreading the word, David Wojnarowicz spreading the word. We should resist seeing these moments of interference as singular, disconnected events in the history of independent publishing. Instead, let's consider them as one extended moment of urgent formation, a formation that connects those acts to each other and to many other acts and gestures in an ongoing liberatory movement, a movement that expands into our present and beyond, spreading the word. This is a different history of artists getting the word out as propaganda and as interference, far away from Ed Ruscha, Sol LeWitt, Seth Siegelab, and the printed matter origin story. Antifa, abolitionist, anarchist, activist, queer, mutual aid, and other types of liberatory publishing made by artists and non-artists alike continue this extended moment of urgent formation today, moving it towards a queer, never arriving utopian horizon. This extended moment produces artifacts that might seem unremarkable in form, but the photocopies, PDFs, spreadsheets, tweets, GIFs, memes, zines, banners, flyers, and pamphlets are only a part of the story. We must also understand the enormous labor and risk involved in their making, in their collective sharing, and in their ability to agitate. This is urgent publishing that's local, peer-to-peer, and decentralized, whether for an audience of 5 or 5,000. I propose that we locate the future of independent publishing right here in this continuous trajectory that emerges from the long fight for justice. Let's widen our view to include communal care, potentiality, and liberation beyond the horizon through the distribution and amplification of radical ideas in the public sphere. To follow this trajectory into our present moment, let's pause and step away from our hyper-focused view on exclusive gatekeeping institutions like academic and commercial publishing, art book fairs, the artist's book, book art, and the legacy of artistic publishing in a traditional sense. I propose that we look away from the idea of alternative art world spaces altogether, away from commercial spaces and heteronormative market-based success, and refuse to locate the future of urgent radical publishing in relation to these structures at all. It's a difficult proposal, I'll be the first to admit. We certainly can't blame ourselves for wanting to bring our books and our zines to market and maybe to make a profit. I'm not suggesting that we never sell our work, but to what end? Who profits and how? What does it really mean to participate in the art book fair economy? Is that sustainable? At what cost? Who does this economy favor and serve? Who does it exclude? While admission to printed matters fairs remains free to the public, the application process for exhibitors is extremely competitive. More than 1,000 vendors applied for 350 spots at the last in-person fair, which was 2019. Once accepted, participants paid fees ranging from $150 for a small table in the zine tent to more than $1,200 for premium indoor tables to more than $10,000 for larger project spaces. In 2019, Printed Matter hosted exhibitors from 28 countries and attracted 35,000 visitors in a single weekend. If there was ever a global circuit for independent artistic publishing, this is it, undoubtedly, these art book fairs, especially in terms of audience and potential for sales. Images of crowded art book fairs are used again and again to demonstrate the popularity of zines and artists' books and as evidence of the resurgence of print and physical media. The fairs host a vibrant community of vendors and participants who discover, socialize, and connect. At the same time, and this needs to be said clearly, this is primarily a space of commerce. Unit sales and movement of product are not only desirable, but crucial in order to maintain one's position in the art book fair economy. The art book fair is not separate from the art market. It is an alternative extension of it that requires and depends upon the same activities like branding, marketing, and selling, even if at a different scale. Instead of infiltrating the supermarket, we've set up our own inside a museum. While no one expects to become wealthy selling zines at art book fairs, the pressure to break even in order to recoup what are often tremendous expenses is enormous. There is little room for failure in this model, something many of us know all too well from experience. I see someone in the chat said lost sound. Can everybody hear me? Good, okay. Others can. I hope you find the sound, whoever that was. The year-round scheduling of the fairs establishes a steady seasonal rhythm for artistic publishers that discourages urgent or disruptive acts in favor of planned, well-organized projects that have the potential to sell, marketed and approved well in advance. All of the good energy and support generated by and for the independent publishing community at these events is enormous and undeniable. They've changed my life and my work. Still, the art book fair is a hustle space, often at the expense of mental and physical health, which suffers for many under the enormous pressure to remain visible and viable and to perform successfully at the market. I can't overstate this enough. This is especially true for historically marginalized and minoritized participants who must negotiate enormous issues around visibility and self-care in public space on top of everything else. The hustle space of independent artistic publishing, which is centered firmly on the art book fair, leaves little room for unprofitability, experimentation, or failure. There is only so much tolerance for radicality or disruption here at the art book fair before the economics become untenable. I've already asked you to put aside the two words that have brought us together at this conference, artist and book. It's not because I'm trying to avoid something, but because we desperately need to widen our view. By we, I mean our community of folks who publish, as well as the critics and scholars and students and collectors and anyone else who believes in the power of, as Lepard put it, spreading the word. I'm asking us to shift, maybe uncomfortably so, from taking the temperature of art book criticism and scholarship to considering the future of independent publishing during crisis, against and beyond capitalism. To do this, we desperately need new language. We need new forms of discourse to get at what it means to create and share today. We need to examine images of protest and performance and social media and zines at a conference devoted to the artist's book, and connect them to the larger moments of urgent formation I've sketched out, extending from way behind us far into the future. To do so, we need to depart from the familiar. We need to approach this culture of making on other terms, terms that aren't grounded in the values of art world commerce, terms like accumulation, exceptionalism, and individualism. Writer and poet Fred Moten, with Stefano Harney, offers us a way through this. They call for the abolition of both the individual scholar and the lone artist as sovereign figures. They ask us to focus instead on collective work, as Moten puts it, from the I to the we, and the notion of shared practice as a way to satisfy the wealth of communal needs. In a sermon Moten delivered last year, just before the pandemic, he spoke about gathering in call and response as a radical turbulence that has a tendency to overturn the order of things, that must be honored and unleashed and cultivated. He says that, quote, gathering makes a grammar all its own. Evidence of this gathering, this grammar all its own, is vivid and plentiful all around us in our recent periods of deep and overlapping intersecting crises. The evidence is in the urgent radical messages shared in public space, acts of publishing that are far removed from traditional definitions of artistic practice found here at the art book fair or in specialty bookshops, often not looking like publishing at all. Rather, it is the invisible, illegible, or undervalued labor of organizing and activism by historically marginalized people and underserved communities that now fuels a new ethics and politics of urgent collective making. As COVID spread to the US last year in March, and then during the late spring uprisings around racial injustice and the murder of George Floyd, digital platforms like Google Docs, Instagram, and TikTok exploded with urgent acts of writing, organizing, protest, performance, and sharing. Mutual aid spreadsheets, toolkits, petitions, letters, manifestos, live streams, funding directories, testimonial archives, poetry, murals, reading lists, multi-panel narratives, and educational guides flooded and nourished our feeds. Along with printed newspapers, newsletters, zines, memes, pamphlets, handwritten signs, articles of clothing, and risograph prints, we need to acknowledge the power of these urgent artifacts of conflict and liberation, circulating radical messages on behalf of communal aims across all kinds of networks, new and old. Some of these artifacts are made by artists, but also by writers, activists, abolitionists, students, organizers, and community leaders. These urgent acts and artifacts confuse the traditional boundaries between artist, publisher, and audience. Urgent publishing against and beyond 21st century hypercapitalism continues this trajectory against the acceptable and against institutional rules of cooperation. Urgent publishing today is queer, non-cooperative publishing, in that it interferes with and explicitly refuses to play by heteronormative definitions of success. These are some of the small presses and collectives and projects at this year's fair happening as we speak that embody this important work of gathering and call and response, doing the slow work of community building, organizing, and queer, anti-racist, non-cooperative publishing. This year, I think the fair feels different. Overnight, we've set up e-commerce websites and become mail order businesses. But there's a beautiful intimacy to the fair that's taking place right now that I did not quite anticipate. And it has something to do with network culture and networks of support. It reminds me of early internet days, not exactly in a nostalgic way, but very hopeful and of the moment and of the future. There are so many options for navigating this year's fair, and I feel like we're seeing each other and looking out for each other here at the market in the midst of crisis. I'm here with this new, informal, but very intentional community of queer makers that gathers around the nonprofit publishing space that I direct, Queer.Archive.Work, here in Providence, Rhode Island, and online. And we've put some of what I'm discussing today into practice with a new publication that we're releasing right now at the fair, Queer Matters. Half of the edition is being distributed by the contributors themselves. The other half distributed for free or trade to queer, trans, and BIPOC folks. Institutions, however, pay. Elsewhere, I'm enormously inspired by the work of Binge Press here in Providence, Ocean State Ass, also here in Rhode Island, American Artist, Demian Diniaze. I'm going fast through these, I know, but I'm glad that you all have the link to the slides. Nat Piper, Brown Recluse Zine Distro, Unity Press, Authentic Creations Artistic Apothecary, Nafis White, Bufu By Us For Us, Kenneth Reves, and Indigenous Action Media, among many others. But also, maybe most importantly, we need to acknowledge all of the folks who are gathering, making, and sharing from positions that aren't necessarily in our familiar spaces. These are artists and students and activists you may never hear of, who work and labor and continue to make out of necessity. For them, spreading the word isn't safe. It isn't a choice or a career move, but a matter of survival. Neo-fascism and neoliberalism are consuming everything in their paths, including resistance. The idea that graphic design, book arts, or publishing as artistic practice can be radical is no longer an option. I reject these efforts. Instead, let's create and circulate radical messages and form new kinds of publics far away from traditional institutions of knowledge production and disciplinarity. These messages will be illegible to some. Urgent artifacts are not easily digestible and they resist canons and containers. This 3D scan of the defaced Robert E. Lee Monument in Richmond turns a powerful moment of embodied resistance and protest in public space into something else. It's strange to call this OBJ file from June 2020 a publication, but this file, posted to Sketchfab, is a compelling creative act that can be read, downloaded, studied, shared, copied, archived, and spread. It is a powerful act of publishing, an urgent artifact that needs to be studied, protected, and preserved. Why aren't we looking closely at the thousands of contributions to this unlikely, unfamiliar, but timely publication and this digital file that assembles them, and how it circulates on an open source platform in order to better understand how and why we share today? Let's gather as we are right now at this conference and shift from the I to the we, to the communal work of shared practice. We'll find new energy and motivation by stepping away from traditional notions of publishing as an individual artistic practice, away from the market-facing domination of the artist's book as it's evolved during the last 50 years. Let's find hope and inspiration in the messy, slow work of artists' collectives, activists, and organizers working today engaged in the principles of urgent craft. And in the multiple histories of publishing that are still to be written, choosing to focus specifically on those who are left out, those who work outside of art world whiteness, those who devote themselves to making public as an ongoing, urgent formation towards justice and liberation. This is an ethics and a politics of urgent making that I've sketched out. And this is our call to shape, evolve, share, and manifest these ideas within our everyday work. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. This has been an extraordinary talk.
Thank you.
Very, very much. We have a number of questions that have come through on the chat. And so I wanted to ask you them. First, we'll start with Dave, who's a part of our committee and has asked a number of questions, but I'm going to stick to his last question. You talk about the need for a new language in talking about independent publishing and its opposition to capitalism. Can you expand a bit on what you think that language needs to be able to do and express, process, community, different types of objects, success, etc.?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. I feel like that's what many of us are trying to figure out right now. I don't have any solid answers. I have like loose, liquid answers. I can mention, well, the earlier talk where Clara Belliger was speaking for Hardworking, Good Looking. It was taking place in the classroom. They spoke, along with Christian Henson and Dante Carlos, about releasing a particular project where they made the conscious decision. It had gotten funding from, I think in the Netherlands. And they made a decision to not monetize the project. And I heard that, I didn't know that story from them. And it ricocheted around with an idea that we've been discussing for months at Queer.Archive.Work about how to release our current publication. It's the one that's behind me on the screen. And we said, what would be queer? How could we release this in a queer way at the Art Book Fair? How can we somehow push against this idea of selling, which is so basic? I mean, so basic that we take it for granted in an environment like the Art Book Fair. And we really struggled with this. There are no easy answers here. And we talked about various scenarios about how it might be free. What do we make if we're making something for free? We ended up getting a grant from the city of Providence. We then had an anonymous donor match that grant. So we had some funds, and we decided that we were going to give the publication away to queer and trans and BIPOC folks, and or offer it for trade, but that institutions would have to pay, and it's for sale for $45. So, like I said, this is not a solid answer. It's like, this is something that I'm doing now for the first time, exploring and experimenting with these ideas with our community. But I'm so inspired and excited to hear that others are experimenting with these ideas. Some of the other publishing projects that I mentioned in the talk. Wow, there's a lot happening in the chat.
There's a lot happening in the chat, so I want to get to some of these questions,
yeah,
including some questions that are coming from the Printed Matter chat Zoom versus this Zoom. So I want to bring some of those in as well. One is, how is activism generally assessed by its impact and outcomes? What is success in activism?
Wow, I wish I knew. No, I mean, it's an amazing question. It's not, maybe not one that we can solve with publishing, you know, but I think, how can we define the success of activism? Well, look, I mean, the jacket that I showed, David Wojnarowicz's jacket.
It was an extremely powerful, I mean, I'd never seen that image. It's incredibly powerful.
Oh yeah. It's amazing. And I've you know, written about it a bit before, but this is, I feel like today in this context, it's actually making the most sense. So I think that's a great example. I mean, at that moment, like, put yourself back to October 1988 and the artist there in that jacket at that action. What kind of impact is being had there in that moment? Some, but it's local, it's whoever was there, this is pre-internet, etc. But that one image has traveled over 30 years to us today. And whether we know it or not, it's informing the way we react to emergency urgent conditions now in the face of another pandemic. It's inspiring. It's informing the discussion. I mean, I guess I am by putting it here, you know, in a context like this, but others have as well. So what kind of impact? It's really tricky, because I think sometimes, you know, sometimes I show up at an actual, you know, like physical protest and feel like, what impact is this really having? And then you remember, or I'm encouraging us to remember, to remind myself that these are not isolated acts, you know, and that's my whole point in the talk about a continuous urgent formation that's happening. And that's not going to happen unless we do that work to make those connections, to look at what was happening with the Black Panther newspaper and with Barbara Smith. And, you know, those are 3 or 4 examples I mentioned. There's many, hundreds.
Right. Let's go to a question from Megan. What is the role of the critic in the reframing? It is in this discomfort that came, I think, around the time, I have to remember exactly which slides were being presented at that time, but I think you were ending about the book fair itself, and you were talking about the new language, the non-linearity, birth me image. I think it came around that time.
Mm-hmm. I think Megan actually answered it herself in the chat. Making connections. Perhaps this is how the role of the critic to move from artist book critic to urgent public. Yes, yeah. I mean, for me, that's it. And hi, Megan. Megan, do you wanna like unmute and ask the question? It would be fun to have you in the discussion.
Yeah, let's see whether Corina can get her to unmute.
Oh, don't think you can. Okay. All right. Well, that's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Okay, so there's a larger question here that I think is that Megan's question is connected to.
Mm-hmm.
It's referencing, which is who has power. You know, who has power in these conversations? So we can look at the critics, we can look at the curators, we can look at the educators, we can look at people who run nonprofits and other kinds of institutions.
Sure.
And hi, Megan, you're unmuted.
Hi, Megan.
So I want to connect your question to who speaks and writes and does their work from a position of power and has the ability to maybe make connections or provide access or go to new audiences in ways that where there's some kind of responsibility or accountability, I think. That's why I'm doing this talk at this conference.
Yeah, I think that's so well said. And really, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me okay?
Very well.
Yeah, I think that's so well said and really connects so much to the larger topics of this whole conference. Later this afternoon, there's actually going to be another session. I dropped the info in the chat where we're going to be having small group conversations about the role of the critic in talking about activist material as a form of artist books and also publishing as artistic practice. And everything you're talking about is something that I think about a lot as a critic, and what my responsibility is to be that bridge, but also to not speak on behalf of the community whose work I'm trying to elucidate, and how to walk that line very carefully.
Yep, exactly. No, and I totally agree. And that's also why I have a call in here for new language. You know, we need new forms of discourse. And, you know, the whole thing that you've been doing around, you know, a new kind of artist's book criticism, I think is desperately needed. You know, like that is exactly what we need right now, because it's not, and I hope no one misunderstands from the talk, it's not that I don't value the work of Ed Ruscha and Seth Siegelov and the printed matter origin story. I'm in love with all of that work. It's because of that actually that I want to put it aside, because it's distracted me for many years, you know, like where that all came from and how our attention, our collective attention is so focused on a certain group of legacy white art world establishment, whether you're talking about the gallery system or painting or artists' books. You know, I think it's all connected.
And this notion of expanding publishing and the idea of artist books to include the kinds of projects you're talking about, these urgent instances of publishing, allows us to bring more people into this legacy that have actually been there all along and been left out.
Exactly. Yeah. And I don't want to ever appear to be, I hope I'm not like, hey, I'm discovering this, this stuff's been happening. People have written about it. There is discourse there. I just know that sometimes we find ourselves in venues where maybe it's less known, or it's actually been left out.
Thanks so much for inviting me in.
No, thanks
for coming. We're going to go on to the next question now from Deborah. What kind of platforms do you suggest for more collaborative connections between publishers, artists, etc., whose interests are related to spreading the word in okay, this is a tongue twister for me, but non-heteronormative places, sorry.
That's it.
That's it. How would you suggest for this to be done to people introducing themselves recently to this world?
Yeah. Oh, great question. And I'm glad that someone's even asking that question. So the easy answer, the kind of like quick and easy answer, is just use whatever you have access to, use whatever's around. But I want to get a little bit more into this because, when the pandemic hit and quarantine happened and suddenly we're all remote, I had just launched Queer.Archive.Work as a nonprofit and was about to start an artist residency program, wasn't quite sure how I was going to do that in the pandemic. And long story short, we ended up, besides starting the artist residency program, bringing together a much larger community of folks and people online in order to just meet. At first, it was just like, let's hang out. Let's just hang out and have a place to connect and chat without any kind of goal. And I think that's part of this. I think no matter what platform you're using, if you want to talk about resisting heteronormative definitions of success, those definitions are almost always based on wealth and accumulation. What can we make? What can that product be that we make so that we can sell it, so we can collect it, so we can show it off and market it, et cetera. So it's not that we never need to do those things, but what happens if you make space to not do those things? What happens if you call a meeting on Zoom with your loose community of queer artists without any agenda? What if no one's actually leading the meeting? And so I'm sure some of you are thinking like, that's chaos, it'll be a mess. And that's part of it also, is like getting comfortable with messy situations. So we can talk about mess in terms of like protest and political action and things like that. But we can also talk about mess in terms of like, let's get a little uncomfortable with where are we going with this meeting and who has something to say that maybe feels like they can say it now. So I guess all of that is to say that some of the platforms and tools that I was initially most resistant to when quarantine hit, like Zoom and other collaborative, like places to do collaborative work online, like Google Docs, have now become like essential and crucial for us. And we can get into the whole platform politics of like who Google is and why do we use their tools. But my take on that is like, let's just use what's available and be aware of those politics.
Sure. There is an interesting question on the Zoom on the Zoom chat from Printed Matter that's being, I think, answered in real time in the chat, which we can address for sure. I have a few other questions, and we have about 20 minutes left in the session.
Sure.
So I'll ask one other question here, and then maybe we can address this one as well. Christy George asks, I'm struggling to understand non-cooperative in this context. Any help?
Okay. Non-cooperative. Okay. So I want to mention that word specifically is something that I heard. I mentioned Fred Moten and Stefano Harney. They gave a talk a couple of months ago online, of course, and it was about abolition. It was about how to work in academia. It was about resistance in all sorts of ways. But at some point, Stefano Harney brought up the topic of publishing, and specifically non-cooperative publishing. He was referring to it in relation to peer review and academic journals. He was talking about it in relation to academic publishing, where there's this like drive, these requirements to publish and to subject whatever it is that you're making to peer review. And his call, and it was really kind of extreme in the moment, it was beautiful, was let's just put all that shit online. Those were his words, you know, for free. I think he used those words as well. And I mean, maybe that doesn't sound so radical here in this context, but in the context of academic publishing and tenure and what it means to be part of an institution where publishing and playing according to the rules is so important, the idea that you bypass all of that and you don't deal with the journal, you don't deal with the institution that's sponsoring that journal, and you just say, I'm putting this work here online for free to be accessed. That's his definition of non-cooperative publishing, and I really embrace that. And I think, you know, we could go a lot further with that word and talk about other ways that you can refuse, you can resist, refuse, you can, yeah, anyway. But I think that's where I got the word from.
Well, Christy says, thanks for explaining. So the initial question that seems to be an interesting conversation going on here through the Zoom, through the Printed Matter Zoom chat is how do you reconcile your stance with the conditions that make your practice possible, specifically your position in academia? And somebody responded to the questions saying, I'm looking here, how to reconcile one's affiliation versus academia. Change happens from within more effectively than without. Then when it comes to academia, people like Paul make tangible change within these institutions in a hugely effective way. The conversation shifts. So thank goodness for protests from within. And so the point is agreed, but isn't that a form of infiltration? I'd love you to comment on this.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. And thanks, Lucy, and whoever asked the original question. This is also something that I don't have a solid answer for, but Lucy gets at it. You know, I think I'm constantly struggling with this, honestly. So I think acting within an institution and trying, you know, towards reform of the institution, whether it be a school or a government agency or a corporation or whatever, versus pulling out and leaving, you know, really sort of leaving the master's house, you know, like not using the tools in order to take down the house, but actually going to build a new one. Currently, I'm doing both. So I'm able to do something like Queer.Archive.Work because I'm fully employed, benefits, all of that at Rhode Island School of Design. So, you know, I'm in academia and that supports me and I enjoy it. I love it. But I also know that a lot of the questions that we're asking at Queer.Archive.Work and the work that we're doing, it would be different if I tried to do that within the school. So I'm not leaving either. I'm trying to do both, and I'll get back to you on that and see where I am.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, Megan's last point is also very, and you bring up, it's such an important question in the art world in general, with artists in general, because we do live in a world now where, you know, as my mother always says to me, you know, when she moved here in the 70s, you could have $10 in your pocket and make something of yourself. And now it's like, it's impossible. And here, meaning New York City. And, you know, there is that question of how do artists survive? And I know this is a larger topic, and, you know, we talk about it from a real estate perspective. We talk about it from just people moving out of New York, and then all of a sudden we're out of artists. Like we're not surrounded by artists anymore, which is not necessarily the case, but is becoming more and more the case. How do artists survive today? That is the biggest question. Anyway, I don't know that we have enough time to really deep into that question right now, but it is a very important question, and it is, you know, the number of artists that I know who also have academic positions, yet because they need that stability, they need to be able to have that ability to pay the rent at the end of the day, and also have the time to be able to create their art. Yeah, you know, I mean, you're obviously not alone in this, in that. Christy says, one contradiction I'm struggling with is that I find the agenda-less, leader-less meeting that Paul described as really appealing and compelling. But what I've observed in practice is that beyond the chaos, structureless context often privilege people who have positional power feel like they can, should speak, have something to say. Whereas new people often feel safer when the rules of engagement are clearly defined and understood. Have you had a different experience?
No, that's a really great point, Christy. I've had that experience, absolutely. I guess what I could say to that is that I think it's crucial when you find yourself in a position of power, trying to experiment with an idea like this. By power, I'm saying, you know, I'm a cisgendered male, white, queer person who's a full-time professor at a really good institution. So yes, I'm coming into a meeting or a space at Queer.Archive.Work from a position of power. I don't think this all works unless you bring that kind of awareness into it. And I also don't think that simply having awareness is enough. You do have to adjust the rules and adjust yourself and make that space that's going to allow someone who maybe is looking for some of those guidelines or those rules of engagement more comfortable. And honestly, I'm still just experimenting with this, and I'm grateful that I have this, that I'm doing this work with this incredible group of people who gather as we do at Queer.Archive.Work. You know, sometimes it's a couple of people, sometimes we're 15 people on these weekly Zoom calls that we have, where we just make stuff together and we chat and we have a lot of fun. But you know, it's something that I'm constantly thinking about. And you know, I get really scared when I think about someone from a position of power trying to do this without that kind of awareness. And I'm trying to hold myself accountable to that. And also being open and transparent about it with others in the community so that you can be held accountable and understand when is it that I should not be making decisions.
Great. There's another question now from Nora.
Hi, Nora.
Hi, Nora. It's my mother's name too. It's a great name. Thank you for the generous talk, Paul. This is a question about language and your call to expand recognition of language that is being widely distributed as creative interventions, as with the monument. I particularly appreciate the call to expand definitions of language that is critical and urgent. How do many of us in the artist critic art publishing vortex learn to recognize what urgent critical language that we have blind spots about? How do you recognize or grapple with your own and what doesn't sound like the critical because of our training preferences?
Wow,
yeah.
What a great question. Thank you, Nora. Yeah, how do we learn to recognize what urgent critical language that we have blind spots about? Well, I think by doing and discussing and not hiding with the language. You know, I guess that's, what do I mean by that? I mean, this is something obviously that I would love to talk about more with you, Nora, but with others as well, is the notion of the blind spot. I mean, I'm constantly thinking about it. I guess I'm saying that I'm wondering if it has something to do with the openness and the transparency and the constant discussion and conversation, and creating those kinds of situations in order to, maybe with even like the goal or the purpose of testing things out, of holding yourself accountable, of trying things out. Doing a talk like this, for instance, and then being able to converse and have discourse around it afterwards. I mean, I want to know about my blind spots, and that's only going to happen if I do risky things like do a talk in public and try out new ideas. So I guess that's it. I mean, I know you and others who do that, who go into public situations or, you know, semi-public situations in order to try language out. And I think that's what we do. That is, again, I think kind of a role of an educator or a critic or someone who's engaged in discourse with others. But anyway, I want to talk about that more.
Yeah. And to Megan's point, it's all about listening. Listening is the key.
Yeah.
Listening,
yeah. And someone else just
wanting to respond to it. There is, and then the blind spot is really a point because we all have one and it's different for everyone. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We really need to be aware of that. Last one, we still have a little more time. Another question coming from Gender Fail. I really want us to challenge the idea that there is no money in books and rather think how artists, bookmakers who do not have funding can make money with this work. That'd be great. There is so much ableism in this hustle of having a day job and also having the time, energy, ability to do both. Can we find ways to think about making money that benefits those who need it most? What could those resources to help those who do not have resources, who do not have the CVs to get grant funded?
Yeah.
And also in an era of, digitization and, all of that too, is that question as well.
Absolutely. And I think that's key. Hi, B. Thanks for such a great question. Again, I think it's something that we need to just keep working on. What are these ways that we can redistribute the wealth? And that wealth could be actual money. The wealth could be access to resources, the wealth of being in a position of having access to something and having access to something that's powerful. And so I think the heat is on, the responsibility is on those of us who are able to hustle, juggle, do whatever it is, and to make sure that those resources are being redirected, creating spaces that take down this idea that accumulation is key to success. And generosity is a big part of that. I know that doesn't really answer your question, because how does, you're asking like, how does one actually, how did you put it, challenge the idea that there is no money in books? I mean, I know, I see the work that you do. I mean, you are the hardest working person there is when it comes to making and getting it out there and doing that hustle. And it's incredible to watch, but I also know what's involved, the risks and the labor and the exhaustion and it's the precarity of all of that. Yeah. I wish I had a better answer to that, except that, mutual aid publishing, which is something that obviously I'm interested in and I'm trying out here for the first time, in the language that I'm trying to give to that. There's something in there in that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, to that point where this is a societal issue where, hard work doesn't equal success anymore necessarily. Not that hard work can't lead to success and doesn't lead to success and people aren't working hard to be successful. But, in the artist space, for example, it's very hard to be successful in the traditional way, in the societal way of success, meaning being able to afford things, be able to earn a living, etc. A lot of artists work very, very hard and they don't actually have that same success. And so the question is, it's not only in the book space that we're in now, but it's in the artist world in general. You look at the dance world, it's just as bad.
In which world? Which world?
In the world of dance. Dancers who are paid pennies for the work that they do.
Well, it's the problem of capitalism, which is that the work and the end result and the profit, those things are not aligned, and that situation's getting worse.
Yeah, it's also the problem of a society that doesn't value art in the same way.
Right.
If we compare,
which compounds that.
Back in the day, if you would compare the budget of European budgets for culture and American budgets for culture, NEA versus Ministry of Cultures, that's a whole other conversation. Trying to see if there's any other questions. Does anybody else have any other questions?
I'm sure we missed some.
We missed some. I have some early on questions. I have one. The first question we got in the chat was from Dave Solo. He'd be interested to hear more about what you think about institutionalization of artist books referred to by A.A. Bronson means and implies, and also how this balances with getting work out to a wider audience.
Well, I mean, again, like with every question that's come up so far, I don't feel like there's any clear-cut answer. It's more gray than that. It's more ambiguous, you know, because I do believe that there can be tremendous value in an institution helping to get the word out, you know. I think we need to do that, and with criticality. I think we need to do that with transparency and awareness of what the politics of that institution are, whether you're using Google Docs, you know, and you're questioning, like, who is this company that I'm pouring all my content into and sharing with other people, or if it's the school that you teach at, or whatever that institute, or the institution that's housing, you know, the art book fair that you happen to be showing up to sell at. Every one of these examples and countless others are moments where you find yourself in alignment or not in alignment with a situation. You know, I'm here, I'm using their space, I'm using their tool, I'm engaging with their people, or I am one of their people, you know. And so it goes back to that earlier question of doing that work within or outside of and without the institution. And I challenge anyone to come up with a very clear-cut answer to that, because I have found that when there's this extreme response, like, I reject all institutions, I'm just going to go build my own house, or I'm just going to reform and forget everything else that's happening outside these walls, that those tend to set up other kinds of, you know, blind spots, actually.
Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. We have a couple comments from Megan. Also interesting to think about who has the power in institutions as keepers of history. So problematic in history as they keep. Urgent publishing, in the way Paul describes, is very anti-hierarchical, but yet to achieve what we hope to achieve is expanding critically. We must find a way to bring these into archives, into the history, which in some ways requires an institution, which is so slippery. And that's true.
Yeah.
It's very true. I think we're going to almost wrap it up. Maybe one last question, again from Dave early on in the chat. To what extent should urgent or activist publishing be assessed by its impact and outcomes? I think we've sort of touched on that already.
I think we touched on that. Yeah. I mean, again, part of me wants to resist this idea that, like, you know, everything that we make and put out there has to have this commodifiable, clear result that we're going to get back. Like, what's the payoff? It's you know, it's undeniable, but that's part of it always. You know, where institutions are buying our new publication, and I'm giving little updates on Slack to the group, you know, like, here's how much money has come in. So is that impact, or are we more interested in the more than twice the amount of people who have requested free or traded copies of this, and what kind of impact that might have? That's not an impact that I'm going to be able to quantify or measure. There are no metrics for that, you know, except maybe the health of the community, you know, that as it continues to grow.
Sure. Well, I think we're getting to the end of this talk. This has been fascinating and amazing. And thank you so much. And it's such a pleasure to meet you, and it's such a pleasure to do this with you. Thank you for participating.
Likewise, same. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for all the wonderful questions. Thank you for participating in the chat. I wish I could keep a copy of all the comments that were made. Zoom should really make a way to archive everything. You know, thank you to all of our sponsors. The next session is at 3:30. Please join us. please we've put in a few times a link to Paul's website and to the presentation. Please copy that and read it further as you'd like. And you can get a copy of the chat by emailing devin@centerforartcrits.org if you'd like. And that's it. We're going to be leaving the room open for the next 15 minutes. And we'll be unmuting everybody. And if you guys want to have sort of virtual conversations together, chat a little bit, please go ahead and do so. Thank you, everybody, very, very much. And thank you, Paul.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi.
So just a quick note, we are live on the Printed Matter website right now. So we have a kind of a continuous stream all the way from this morning till now. And so anything we say or do at this point is on the site. But so if you need support with anything, just give me a chat. Otherwise, yeah, we'll be probably starting, I guess, in about 12 minutes.
Okay. Very much appreciate your direction here.
Yeah, of course. I'll be here supporting. So if you need anything, just let me know.
Okay, and you're going to do the record, right? And the spotlighting?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, dumb question. Do I need to turn off my own screen so that, because I know in the other sessions you were saying you were encouraging people to turn off their videos? No, okay.
If it becomes problematic, I can turn off your video, but I don't think it will be. It's kind of nice to have the host available.
Yeah. Such as they are. All right, here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna go dark again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon session on Zine Steganography at the wonderful Contemporary Artist Books catalog. I'm Jenny Tobias. That was my cat. I'm here with James Mitchell and Corina Reynolds to moderate the session. And here's the introduction. We're part of the organizing committee and will act as host for this session. The conference has been held since the great year of 2008, and this year it's excellent, wonderfully organized by the Center for Book Arts as part of the Printed Matter Virtual Art Book Fair experiment that it is. We'd like to thank the Andy Warhol Foundation for the Visual Arts for their generous support of Center for Book Arts and its criticism initiative in making this conference possible. Also, thanks to our other conference sponsors, the Brooklyn Rail, Sorted Library, and Small Editions. Your support really matters. The Center for Book Arts and the usual in-person space of the Contemporary Artist Books Conference take place on the unceded land of the Munsee Lenape people. I ask you to join me in acknowledging and uplifting the Munsee Lenape community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations and the lands in which you are tuning in from. As you probably know, there are 10 sessions overall between Friday and Sunday, exploring a wonderful variety of all the amazing things going on in contemporary artist books right now. And there should be a link to the overall conference program in the chat window. If not, there will be shortly. And there are some convenings and other events that will take place, and those will also be posted on the website. In addition to these Zoom meetings, sessions are being streamed live on the Contemporary Artist Books Conference Printed Matter Virtual Art Book Fair page, and they're being recorded. They'll be posted on the page after the conference. If you have questions, and we'd love questions, please add them to the chat, and we'll shepherd them into being as appropriate. We'll be asking them on your behalf. We'll be muted. You will be muted, and we ask that you keep your cameras off during the session and allow the recording to focus on the speakers. We'll be posting relevant links in the chat as they come up. And if you need assistance during the session, just send a private message to anyone with CABC in their name in the chat. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our lead presenter, Kira Simon Kennedy. Kennedy is the co-founder and director of China Residencies, a multifaceted arts nonprofit that has supported over 80 international creative exchanges since its inception in 2013. She was a fellow and mentor at New Incorporated, the New Museum's incubator for art, design, and technology, as well as the IFP Made in New York Media Center, which I totally want to check out. Creating Rivet, a platform to connect creative people with opportunities worldwide. I can tell you, I'm a big fan. She also produces independent documentaries, previously filming China's underground music scene for the record label Modern Sky. Kira, we look forward to your session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to invite all the other presenters joining us today. Welcome, everybody. And we should figure out who is going to share the slides. Bear with us for 1 second. And it's fun to see everyone. Yeah, like everyone said, if you have any questions at any time, put them in the chat and we will get to them. And Josue, do you want to see if we can get the slides up on?
Yes, for sure. Does that work?
Beautiful, cool. Hi, welcome everybody to Zine Steganography. It's a big word. We're going to introduce ourselves really quickly. Thank you so much to the Center for Book Arts for having us. My bio was just read, so that's me. maybe we'll go alphabetically. And Xiao, do you want to start?
Sure, everybody. Thank you so much, Kira, and thank you to Center for Book Arts for inviting us for this conversation. My name is Mina. I'm an artist, author, and technologist. Most recently wrote the book Memes to Movements about the intersection of memes and politics. And working on a new book called the Hanmoji Handbook, which is a book about learning Chinese through emoji, and serve on the board for China residencies where Kira and Josue and Mikail work, and also work at Midan, where I work in technology and work around verification and fact checking. So thank you so much, everyone. Looking forward to this conversation.
Hi, and I'm Bidi Choudhury. Thank you so much for having me. I'm a writer, a musician, and the managing editor of Triple Canopy, a nonprofit and arts and literary magazine. And I'm based in New York.
My name is Josue. I'm currently a grad student in the Hispanic Studies PhD program at the University of Pennsylvania. And before that, I was working in development with China residencies. And yeah, that's all I have.
Hi everyone, I'm Mikail. I'm an artist and curator from DC originally. And I co-curated Meme Tactics with these beautiful people you see here. And I'm super excited to share this information with you.
Cool. Hi.
That's us.
Great. So quickly to just let everyone know, if you're not familiar already with zines, it comes from magazine. It's a more informal DIY, do-it-yourself kind of publication. Typically, zines are printed on paper, but they can really come in any kind of form. And so we're going to kind of talk about that, but specifically with relation to steganography.
So steganography, this is a fun word. It trips some people up, but it simply means hidden in plain sight. So anything that is a message concealed within another message or in an object or something where whoever you don't want to know this message, they look and they don't see this message at all. So this can be things like invisible ink, or we'll get into more examples later, but anything that is hidden from people you don't want to know the meaning.
And not the dinosaur.
Yeah, not the dinosaur for sure. And these are some like classic steganographic tactics. So we have something like Morse code on your left hand, and then like using different languages. So as you can see on this picture to the right, where you have like orange juice in English, it's like $5, but if you understand Spanish, it would only be $4. So that's like, for the purposes of this talk, we do want to emphasize that we're talking about zines and steganography, not only in like a formal art context, but in like larger society as well. And we're talking about these as tactics that both artists and everyday people engage in.
And so if you are really looking into diving deep into different steganographic tactics, we really recommend Amy Suowoo's book, A Cookbook of Invisible Writing, which was published by Onomatopoeia. And Amy in this book really goes through both the history of all kinds of tactics, but has actual recipes if you want to make your own invisible ink, and has a lot of how-tos. So we highly recommend checking out that one. And then another project that we're going to talk about a lot today is a group of tools by the collective The Future of Memory, which I think Xiao might be in this event too, listening. I saw the name pop up, and they're really great. But there's a whole bunch of different tools out there that will help you convert your message into something that can hide a little bit more easily. Our favorite one is obviously the emoji one.
And this is just like another example that's a little bit more satirical. And also generationally relevant. And in both of these, you're seeing examples of purposeful misinterpretation. We're talking about politics, we're talking about the police, we're talking about a few different things here. In the first one, there's this like invocation of like baby boomer, Red Scare, paranoia, and kind of making fun of it and saying, yeah, mom, dad, that's what I'm texting about. And so in the second example, I think most people are aware of what ACAB means, but it's just in case, all cops are bastards. And so I think this is just a cute signal and a nod to other people who may be police abolitionists or share similar politics, and is now like printed on this extremely cute tote bag. And I think they also have sweatshirts as well.
So another example of steganography that's pretty apt to our time at the end of Black History Month is on the Underground Railroad. There were a series of songs that enslaved people would use to explain routes, to explain where safe houses were, to explain when people were coming to transport people to different places. Other examples of this were things like cornrows and box braids, and these were things that people could use to put different routes of their escape onto physically their hair, so they couldn't lose it. It wouldn't be like a map or something that could be traced or seen and understood by someone who wasn't one of those people who was escaping. And there's another example, a Greek story of someone who had tattooed a map onto someone's head, and then by the time they had gotten back to shore, it had been like a month or so, and so it regrew. That too is a fun implication of steganography.
And a lot of these tactics come from both government spies, but also people who have tried to leak secrets about the abuses that governments are doing. And a lot of these more recently, if you think about the way Chelsea Manning went around sharing these videos, it was by burning evidence onto CDs and then labeling the CDs like Lady Gaga and different pop songs as a way to have the files be totally innocuous, even though the real things that were on there were really important evidence of the US military murdering civilians. And the flip side is sometimes people aren't even aware that there's things that can reveal documents. So Reality Winner, who was another person who was trying to leak government information, the thing that gave her away and why she's in jail right now is because printers have these tiny dot matrices, and there's an invisible to the regular public way to find out which printer printed what document at what time. And so when The Intercept published the leaked documents, it was very easy for the military to find out exactly what printer had printed that document and then trace it back to who the leaker was. And another sort of intelligence, counterintelligence story that I find so fascinating is there is a woman named Velvet Lee Dickinson who was passing on information around where US warships were to the Japanese, but she had a doll shop. And so the way she was sending the information was she was ordering antique dolls, but the order numbers and the number of dolls and the types of dolls were the latitudes and longitudes of where the boats were.
So shifting gears a little bit, like Mikail mentioned, Kira, Mikail, and I both, we all were part of the Meme Tactics show, How Artists Innovate Media to Make Underheard Voices Go Viral, inspired by Xiao's book, From Memes to Movements. And the general idea was that Meme Tactics is, there's so many clever ways, as we have been showing you so far, to getting messages across, even when faced with massive opposition. So these are art projects that we gathered together because they seem to work like memes insofar as they're clever, they're easy to make, they can be endlessly remixed. The tactics they use are either low cost or free, and they spread fast and fun. So something like zines. And so a lot of the objects of the art practices we're going to show kind of incorporate zines in unexpected ways. The exhibition is online. It's also kind of frozen right now in Philadelphia at the Center for Media at Risk. And I'm going to show you a little bit more in a few slides. So again, like the general, like we're not showing, all of the tactics we're showing are sharing information that at this point is public. So we're not sharing anything that is not, that is like strategically like obscured. And we're showing them because we think that these tactics, even though they're not necessarily taking place in somewhere like the US, where at least of the speakers here, we're all based here. Even though the tactics are not necessarily like based in the US or for a US context, like we do believe that they are learning materials. We need new tactics to constantly evade more sophisticated restrictions and communications. And so we want to share them with you in the spirit of hoping that you will want to like propagate these creative interventions in the public sphere and like engage yourself in your own kinds of meme tactics or steganographic zines, etc. Imagine a picture of the meme tactics zine library. So part of the exhibit was a zine library of zines by all the artists. But we wanted to show you, but it's kind of funny. I can't access the exhibit right now. It's still up, but the building where it's hosted is now a COVID testing site. I tried yesterday and they basically told me to go away. So that's also, I think, maybe we can talk about this in like questions later, but I also think that signals to some of the contradictions of the kind of like work that we're trying to do in terms of like working with institutions and like making these tactics that are very much about practical day-to-day life be part of more of larger institutional relations.
So here's a picture from the opening in September. This exhibition was initially conceived to coincide with the academic year and opened in September 2019, and we were supposed to deinstall it, but in this, summer 2020. But of course, the pandemic has halted everything. So not only have we not had time to get good documentation of the exhibition, we don't really know what's going to happen to it yet, and when we'll be able to get back in the building. But imagine you're in this space, and on the wall in the center is a series of zines from the Delete Panther archives. And in the very back by the window, there's a beautiful bookshelf built by the artist Heidi Ratananovich. And it has a lot of zines. And the whole idea is that people can spend as much time as they want really looking through these. And we were hoping to host workshops where people could make their own and really kind of build on all of this. But right now, just imagine.
So just a note on digital safety. I think one thing that I think this past year has really taught us is we're now going fully online. So much of our lives and this conference included is we're just doing things online. And I think one thing that the exhibition highlights and also is worth highlighting in this conversation is the notion of digital safety. I think this idea of steganography is much more complicated in an era of machine learning, of pervasive surveillance capitalism, of the fact of digitization of so much of what we do: social life, private life, work life, and so much of what we're doing is also being observed, whether actively or passively, and being archived. And so I think a lot of what this exhibition highlights is what does it mean to be safe online, to practice steganography in a context where so much of what we're doing is online. And it's also a good reminder for us. This session is recorded, it's live. We are on Zoom, many friends and friends of friends and friends of those friends, and 6 degrees farther away could be paying attention and watching. And so so we're leaving out some excellent examples of zine steganography for the sake of safety, but happy to talk offline about that. So we think of this as a public conversation.
And another really important note is that these tactics, the more they're publicized, and even when they're not, anybody can use them, which is both amazing and wonderful and democratic and terrifying if you really think about it. And so one of the examples that was also shared by Amy Sowu was someone who was detained by the Nazis during World War II managed to stitch in Morse code around the border, the most inner border, it's kind of hard to see, says "fuck Hitler," which is great. And it was a way to really sort of pass on a very coded message and a way of, you know, stitching resentment while in prison. But also, and we're obviously not going to give more airtime to these, but there has been a giant rise in alt-right and neo-Nazi activities, and a lot of there's a lot of the same codes and ways of disseminating messages that get used for hate and horrendous things online too. So although we're really interested in showing examples of people, you know, punching up and using these to create a much more equitable and just world, know that there is nothing stopping other people from doing the same thing in the reverse direction, and that that's also something that's happening. But we hope that also making these tactics more known helps everybody be on the lookout. And so when people are talking about dog whistles or they're talking about things like that, it's a lot of these same tactics in action. And so, yeah, so we really want to dedicate this whole talk and even just the knowledge of the word steganography to Amy Sowu, who's a really fantastic artist that we got to know because Amy reached out to the nonprofit we work at, China Residencies, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And Amy's was born in Australia to a Chinese family and was really interested in how the concept of feminism as she was growing up was branded as a Western idea that really had no place in Chinese culture. But then she stumbled upon the texts of someone named He Yinzhen, who was a radical anarchist feminist writer who wrote manifestos in exile in the early 1900s. And her texts are so phenomenal and is still so relevant today. And He Yinzhen really understood the link between not just gender and power, but really understood how all this is connected to financial systems and to how all of society is structured. And so Amy really wanted to find ways to get these original texts much more just disseminated. And so Amy was really interested in doing an artist residency in China, and we helped her find a space where she could go and really dive into this research more. And one of the first iterations of this project, if we can go to the next one, is a project called Thunderclap, which was inspired by the fact that all over the streets in Beijing, Amy was seeing this knockoff fashion that was kind of like knockoff Off-White, or all these t-shirts that had kind of nonsense English as a purely fashion statement. It was just, you know, this signifies that I'm cool and international, but maybe the person wearing it doesn't speak English. So as long as it vaguely looked like English, that was great. And if it vaguely looked like a very expensive streetwear brand, even better. So Amy came up with this idea of taking quotes from He Yinzhen's manifestos and making them just look really stylish, so that no one would really think twice to read them. But if you go to the next one, you can read on these patches, it is a quote that is still so true today. And so, yeah, in my view, the ultimate goal of women's liberation is to free the world from the rule of man and the rule of women. And this is from 1907. But then the only text in Chinese on this patch says, invites people to scan the QR code, which if they did would download the original text in Chinese onto people's phones directly. And this is really key because at the time and still today, conversations around feminism online in China are not particularly encouraged. In fact, a lot of them are actively discouraged. And this way was kind of like, if you were to read the patch closely or just get intrigued by the QR code, you would end up with the full article. And there's an even more discreet version of this in the next slide. That's, I don't know if you can really tell, but it's like the same kind of fabric that the labels of sweatshirts and clothes are printed on. So if you even wanted a non-external way of hiding this in a piece of clothing, you could just fold that up and have that right in there. And then, so here's, you can kind of see if you pull up your phone, and QR codes are actually used in China. They're not like a joke. They're a very useful piece of technology. And so if you scan it, then the thing comes up on your phone, so you can see the scans of the original articles are there.
And this is another art project from the Meme Tactics show. It's by Elila Sinvergüenza, and it's called Cartas Mojadas. Elila is an amazing artist. This is a very incredible project that I've like think a lot about. So like bear with me as I try to like explain it in a digestible manner, because I just like think about it a lot. But this is a view of the show of the piece in New York, specifically at Cuchifrito's gallery, which we also had a version of the show in the fall of 2019, which feels like such a long time ago. But you can see in the main wall over here, the two suits that Elila and their collaborator used in a performance back in 2016 in Beijing. The performance consisted in Elila had interviewed and translated multiple letters from people who were affected by the construction of the Nicaragua, of a canal, of an interoceanic canal in Nicaragua. So Elila had gone to all the communities that were going to be affected by this construction, and they had written letters to the Chinese people expressing a variety of things. And I can show you over here. Here are some of the letters, both in English, in Spanish, and in Chinese. And what Elila did was that they took these letters and delivered them like a mailman to people in hutongs in Beijing. Specifically, they chose the hutongs because these are like traditional like living arrangements that were also in threat of being destroyed by the beautification project in Beijing. So Elila thought this would be a good way of connecting two communities that are being affected by similar processes of dispossession. So a little bit more of context on like what the canal is and like how it relates to China. Nicaragua has, as a nation, has dreamt of having an interoceanic canal similar to Panama since the late 19th century. This current attempt, this is like the latest attempt in a multiple series of attempts to build in this canal. And specifically this time, the Nicaraguan government sold the lands to a Beijing billionaire, Wang Jing, who also has like a telecommunications company. And they sold the land for 100 years. And that's the connection between the two countries. You can see, if you're more interested in like reading the letters, Elila created a whole website that has both the letters and like recordings of the people being affected. And you can even like, similar to Amy, you can scan the QR codes and like actually respond to the letters themselves. So here's the link if anyone is interested. And then these two pictures over here were taken specifically for the Meme Tactics exhibit. And Elila decided to take them at the only location that has had any construction of the canal ever since people were displaced from their lands. So basically at this current moment, the construction of the canal hasn't happened, obviously, but the lands are still under military control and people are not able to go into them like as their towns. So Elila decided to take the same suits that they used for delivering the letters in Beijing and to create this beautiful photographs. And it's also important to think about the canal in relation to the 2018 uprisings and the protests against the government. And this is how I want to go to the next slide. And so it's, oh, sorry, I thought that was going to run. It scared me. Anyways, so it's important to think about how the threat of the canal, like the environmental toll it was going to have, plus like the displacement of people, were some of the factors that contributed to a massive uprising against the government in 2018, an uprising that is also characterized by the use of like steganographic tactics. For example, I want to show you this video first before like explaining, but this is back in 2018, April of 2018. And so the white and the blue is in reference to like the Nicaraguan flag. And what they were doing is that they were like dropping all these balloons so that police would have to like individually pop them instead of like following the protesters or trying to intercept protests. And in the balloons, they would also leave these kinds of messages like hashtag SOS Nicaragua, so that people from their homes could follow the movement online because protests had been criminalized. And I think it's the description of this video on YouTube is particularly fascinating, and I just want to share a little bit of it. It says, 2 students in a motorcycle throw white and blue balloons as a symbol of protest against the Ortega dictatorship. Thugs at the service of the regime in an attempt to hide reality are being ordered to collect all balloons as they depict national symbols and are evidence of the nationwide protest. So I hope that we're just trying to show how Elila as an artist is both in conversation with the social protests and these movements, and like the tactics move in between like the practical realm of politics and the artistic realm.
Another reason people turned to balloons in the first place was as the protests were growing bigger and bigger, the government tried to ban all gathering. So it's like, if you can't gather in person, then you can maybe send balloons in your stead. And one of the things that we find both extremely heartbreaking and really hopeful is whenever something gets blocked, people find a different way. And the thing that's forcing the ingenuity of these things is the constant repression. And so it's this cat and mouse game, but it's also something that's, you know, people in Nicaragua at the time had so many grievances against so many things that there was kind of this never-ending interest in being like, okay, well, if we can't do this, we'll try this. And a lot of those things, it's not really a conflict that made a lot of the news. I mean, there's so many other things going on in 2018 for Elila, who had to seek asylum and, you know, is involved in a lot of projects that were quite dangerous at the time. One of the most frustrating things was that very few people even had a sense of, you know, where Nicaragua was or what was going on and why this was important. And I think these movements aren't necessarily about sort of like pure censorship, but there's also just the things that don't make the news and don't get known about that way. And so for us, that's another thing that we want to amplify, is things that these things are happening all over the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and another example of how these things are happening all over the world and across time is the Delete Panthers Archive, which is a multimedia archival project on the Delete Panthers. And so to just, again, contextualize a little bit, again, all of these projects are very dense and they are all dealing with like very local historical kind of like context. And it's important to like understand how the tactics relate to that, to like the concrete situations. So the word Dalit, if you're not familiar with it, literally means broken or downtrodden or scattered. But in this context, it's a specifically political and social category. It refers to people in India and the diaspora who have been structurally exploited and discriminated for centuries, with the justification being that they're outside the Hindu caste system and therefore untouchable. So its current usage, both like today, but also like back in the 70s or with the Delete Panthers, is an act of reappropriation with a very, very long history. And it's very similar to other acts of reappropriation of slurs by social movements in the US. So the Delete Panthers was a political organization in Bombay that sought to combat caste discrimination during the 70s and the 80s. It's an explicit kind of reference to the Black Panthers, and there is documentation that both movements, like the Black Panthers, were aware of the Delete movements, and there's like articulations of like international solidarity. And then many of the members of the Delete Panthers movements were poets, they were novelists, and there were artists who created their own publications because they were locked out of mainstream establishment by upper caste Hindus. So the project by Srijan and Nayantara created replicas of zines from the Delete Panthers movement And you can see some of the ones that we had in the Meme Tactics show over here. And I want to show this one in particular, this tiny corner over here. These are tiny replicas of like bus tickets that you would have gotten when getting on a bus in Bombay. And in the back, I don't know if you can see it over here, it's like scribbled, but they would write poetry and like short stories or like aesthetic reflections. The whole movement was like engaged in this like modernist experiments that combine form, combine material, and combine content to criticize upper caste supremacy in India and the diaspora. And this is why we still think that they're relevant today for not only caste struggles, but all other forms of social struggles.
I'll hop in for this one, but and Xiao, you also know a whole lot about this one. And one of the most creative tools that happen really on a day-to-day basis is in mainland China right now, there's an enormous amount of automated censorship on social networks. And so there's certain words that you just can't type, certain characters, and yes, so the Taonima is very famous at this point. It's been decades of bring joy and alpacas around the internet. But the short story is that in Mandarin, and it's a great mug that was designed by Jason Lee that has a very cute one too. And yeah, okay, so to really walk it back, if you wanted to say something not very nice about someone's mother and some version of, yeah, you know, fuck your mom. You can't type that. That would, oh, it's so cute. It'll get automatically banned, but you could use a slightly different character that sounds a little bit like Tao, which could mean grass. And instead of you, there's mud, similar sounding word. And mother and horse are very closely, they're just slightly different tones. And so, you know, you could just type grass, mud, horse. And the little crab, the river crab, sounds a lot like the word harmonize. And harmonize itself became a euphemism for censorship and things getting deleted because the government wanted to promote a harmonious society. And so if you're like, oh, there goes my post, it's gone. I wrote it yesterday, but now it's not there anymore. You would say, oh no, it's been harmonized. But if you can't say that anymore, you could just post a little emoji of a crab. And it was this kind of constant, like, okay, I can't do this one, let's go one over closely. And a more recent example is when the Me Too movement broke out and the hashtag was trending. That was also something that the government was very eager to clamp down on because like many patriarchal societies, they were really not interested in people airing grievances. And so instead of being able to say the English Me Too, you could use the characters or the emoji for rice and bunny, which sounded quite similar. And that would be one way to get around it because, you know, they're not going to ban all mentions of rice on the internet in China.
So one thing I find interesting about these homophones is just this idea that you know, and this is a project by Xiao Wang, a Chinese homophone search, which allows you to type in words like 自由, which means freedom, and or harmony or other words, right? And to see kind of homophones, so that the Chinese language itself is really structurally encouraging of puns and wordplay, that even in non-political contexts, there's just a lot of punning going on. And my own kind of studies of Chinese really honed in, but you know, before looking at internet culture, was looking at poetry and ancient poetry, and that you know, since you know Tang Dynasty and earlier, the Chinese language is just very encouraging of this, and so that kind of creates two problems here, and I think this homophone search is actually like a really rich place for that, because the ease with which one can search for homophones as a human you know, allows for that creativity. And so in a kind of an input system on a phone, Chinese as input using the pinyin, so using Roman letters. And so when you're typing that in, algorithmically, the iPhone or Android interface will then suggest other words. And what that suggests is that algorithms and AI can then understand if evasion is occurring, can see what related words are. And so there's just kind of this double-edged sword, is that input systems, these kind of tools in art projects like Chinese homophone search, reveal just how effective the algorithms are at finding these. But when we think about the history of the Chinese language and just the history of language in general, part of what makes this work and why AI is not the only kind of counter solution here is that AI is very good at determining content, but not context. And in Chinese language and certainly in many cultures, in a these are high context languages or high context society, where one can say one thing but mean another, depending on the context. And that's where AI really starts to really be weak. And that's where human sensors could step in, but then even humans may not know exactly the context in which the things happen. So there's all kinds of interesting language games going on here. And it's a reminder that language itself is more complex than simply the words, but also it's really the situation and the relationship that really matter here.
Next.
Don't know if we can play the video. Perfect.
Sounds pretty unbearable, but I haven't read the book. What? You don't have to have read a book to have an opinion on it. I haven't read the Bible either.
What Jane Austen novels have you read?
None. I don't read novels. I prefer good literary criticism. That way you get both the novelist's idea as well as the critic's thinking. With fiction, I can never forget that none of it ever really happened, but it's all just made up by the author.
So that was a clip from the 1990 film Metropolitan by Whit Stillman. And I wanted to introduce that to sort of tie in, what is the relationship of steganography with book criticism, but taking a step back and thinking about, well, what is book criticism's role with respect to art and writing as a whole? In general, I feel like with art book criticism, we see it as a tool of legitimacy. It has the power to create or generate a narrative that could alter the intention of the artist or the writer. With the relationship of criticism to readers then depends on the value the reader ascribes to the criticism source. The reader could generate their own feeling about the work without really considering the original piece. And so just thinking about the ways in which this reinforces the power of criticism, the place that it occupies within a society, especially that's responding to cultural materials. So yeah, ultimately what that says is that the critic holds a lot of power. It also can influence the material value of a particular piece of work, but that doesn't necessarily mean it actually speaks to the sort of what we would call intrinsic value in a subjective way. And the next slide. Yeah, so just thinking about the ways in which now we've seen all these different examples of how memes, fashion tools, web tools are employed to kind of access a different kind of space, to subvert the sort of institutional structure of the critic. And yeah, so just thinking about the ways in which access and distribution, prestige is imbued. These are all questions that come up when you think about the relationship between these things. I don't know if I think.
Yeah, I mean, one of the really interesting points, all of these projects weren't created to be shown in museums. They weren't intended as, you know, highbrow art. They were meant to be, you know, creative ways to get messages across. And I guess in our sense, we feel like in the version where we've become curators, we've kind of taken these objects on a detour and put them together when we've been invited to, as a way to start discussion, but also as a way to sort of use this detour to get these objects in circulation more. And for example, with Amy's work, which is also Josue's background right now, every time we've had an exhibition of this, we've also had a workshop where we teach people how to sew. And Amy's, you know, led different projects where, you know, you teach people how to sew patches, which is obviously, it's like a long punk legacy of, you know, putting your own messages where you want them, but really also just like, it's a very useful skill to know how to sew. And so that's something that's, these are really kind of a tool, like a way to get these messages across, but also how can we teach something useful and really just encourage people to learn skills and share them with each other. Yeah, so yeah, thanks for having us. But the real question is like how, since as we've mentioned, all of these things are happening all the time, all over the world, how can we help these get further into the right hands? How can we encourage people to know kind of their own power and their own ability to do these kinds of things for what matters in their own community? And yeah, who's going to archive these and teach them and share them with us?
So yeah, if people have questions or comments, we could just start moving towards like the more conversational aspect of the talk. So maybe I'll stop sharing our screen and we can chat.
Okay, guys, I see some great questions in the chat. There is one which is coming over from the Printed Matter Book Fair chat. And they say, is there a worry that a woman wearing the feminism clothing could come under scrutiny by the Chinese government without realizing what they are doing? Or am I misunderstanding the clothing and how it is distributed?
I mean, very quickly, yes and no. Hypothetically, yes. In practice, no. Because these are so well designed to blend in and just look like clothes. And like we showed with the tote bag and the Marxist memes, there's an enormous amount of plausible deniability where someone wearing it could just be like, oh, it's just a cool piece of clothing. I don't even speak English. And that's kind of where the cleverness of this is going on. If they were the ones on their own personal WeChat, like their version of Twitter, sort more or less, saying like, I read this essay and I agree with this feminist anarchist theory, that's a much more dangerous thing than wearing a shirt that has a cool quote on it in a different language. And so, but again, one of the things that is dangerous in places like China is the mass movement aspect of it. One individual sharing one historic quote in a sort of art context is much less risky than, you know, trying to have a megaphone and saying, we think everyone should rise up around this issue. I hope that answers the question. But yes, please keep them coming.
So there was another, or yeah, does anyone else have a comment on that? There was also a question from David Solo and concerning kind of that double-edged sword that that I think you were describing about, David, maybe you can put it better, but the idea of how the relationship between exposing and explaining versus endangering. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, As I mentioned very briefly during the presentation, none of the projects that we've talked about today, like none of the things that we talked about today are things that are still strategically like obscured for the sake of like social movements on the ground. There were some projects that we had in both the Cuchifritos iteration of the show and the Philadelphia iteration of the show that we consider it still like politically sensitive for this public forum, so they aren't being presented. So I guess in terms of like our own curatorial practices, I do think we are very carefully taking those considerations in mind. But the question is like, I think like how do you go from like the goodwill of curators like us to like a more systematic kind of like guidelines for those kinds of ethics? Mikail, did you have?
Yeah, I think that's been a really important ongoing process as we continue to share this work and as we continue to talk about it. Like even when we do conferences like this and other conferences, we're like, okay, can we still include this? Like, is this still safe for these people on the ground? And I think, yeah, until we have like almost how there are journalistic standards for reporting, like a mimetic standard for keeping these tactics available for people, as well as safe for the people who've made them. I think just on a case-by-case basis, like, is this safe? What would be the worst case scenario if this got out? How can we keep these people safe while keeping their information spread? And I mean, yeah, that's the whole point of it. It's more of an art than a science.
Yeah, it's a great
It occurs to me
question.
also not.
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Jennifer.
Oh,
please.
it just occurred to me coming from like the archivist librarian side that like in archives there's it's also a double-edged sword, but there's ways of ingesting information, but then making kind of permissions and layers and time spans to respect, to try and strike some balance between the people who want to learn about it and the people who made it. And I wonder if that might also, just especially just time, like just store it somewhere and wait till the war's over, and then we can all look at the Morse code, so.
Yeah, and I think one thing that also makes this complicated these days is the kind of ease with which digital archives and digital texts can be scraped, right, and then used to train machine learning systems, things like that. And so sometimes, like just like with offline exhibitions, sometimes an offline thing is public in a different way than an online thing is public, and so these, just like Mikail was saying, kind of a mimetic ethics. In the context of digital, things can become public so quickly, and so there's a great care that has to be understood within this context. And I'll give an example, actually, kind of building from the grass mud horse. It's been written about very publicly in English language media since 2009, so quite a while now, so in some ways there's no secret there, right? It was exceedingly obvious what it means, and so. The idea that it was steganographic, kind of that ship sailed after a little while. And so what purpose did it serve? Like in what way was it subversive? Those questions actually arose when I was kind of poking around Sina Weibo, which is kind of a Twitter-like service. And I saw the grass mud horse as one of the kind of emoji that one could select. I was like, what? There's like a little llama that I could click, and it said grass mud horse. And I was like, and so it was in some ways co-opted at that point, because its steganographic quality turned out to be its weakness, that it went from a subversive image about censorship to just F your mother. Like it could be co-opted in that way. That's unique, and that doesn't always happen. But it in so many ways, the contextualization, the kind of stories around these things, it needs to be understood in the context of power, in the context of co-optation and things like that. And so, yeah, these are all like great questions. And like what Mikail said, it's really an art more than a science, because you have to kind of feel the room and see where things are going.
Another example of that is the epic saga of Pepe the Frog, which has had so many lives. And there's a documentary about it that came out recently, and the artist Fei Liu has a great zine that was then updated. And I think like we're saying, anybody can use these, and there's many efforts by different groups to fight over what these things can mean. And, you know, sometimes the artist loses the control and intent over their original creation. And every time we think that it's done evolving, there might be a new appearance of it. And yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said about efforts to use a symbol, especially to switch the meaning of a loaded symbol can work, and they can backfire, and they can flip back and forth over time. And so, yeah, actually someone also just had mentioned Winnie the Pooh, which is also having its ups and downs and bans and unbans. And I think this is something that it's not an easy thing of like, take a symbol, make it something else. It's a very constantly evolving practice that can definitely backfire.
For sure. I was wondering if we could return to Bidi's discussion of the role of book criticism and critics in relation to these practices. I was wondering if you could just clarify a little bit more. Like, on the one hand, it was cool you were kind of bringing it back to like the creation of new works and, you know, artist book criticism. But I was just wondering if you could talk about that a little bit more. I think you were speaking beyond the issue of kind of exposing versus explaining, but I was just wondering if you could articulate that a little bit more. You're muted.
Sorry, thank you.
Steganographically.
Well, I think it's like an issue of like considering who all the actors are, the audience of the material itself, the meme, the zine, and then the ways in which it's interpreted. So, you know, when you think about the art critic or the book critic, they hold a certain power that then makes the accessibility of the work be really specific. And then they also create this context in which something is going to be accepted or communicated to a public. There's this like active almost translation that happens. And so when we think about the ways in which like these imageries are co-opted by different people, it's like, well, the critic has this sort of sense of authority that I think the average layperson or random commenter on like a YouTube video does not have. And so it's this different power that I think that is worth considering, especially with regards to steganographic like zine creation and other kinds of cultural products. Like if you don't have the avenue of like a book critic or an art critic, you know, spreading the word of this artifact, where does it exist? How does it exist? And I think that, you know, comes into, I think again about like the question of archiving, the ways in which we create context for people to reconstruct a narrative based off of more empirical evidence, rather than to then create something based off of one person's interpretation of that matter.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool. Let's see, Leslie offers a question or a thought. I wonder if hijacking alt-right dog whistles and embedding anti-racist messaging might hurt more than help in these this discourse between kind of polarized parties.
Definitely. I mean, I think one example that that was happening a lot is like people were trying to make clever comments on the MAGA hats, but from far away, it looked like a red hat with white text, and it was terrifying anyway. So even like, you're not going to try to get close and read if it's a clever joke about it. It was still a hate symbol, and just made it look like there was more people wearing MAGA hats than there actually were. And so I think that's definitely something that happens. But I think one thing that I want to point out is there's a lot of really great grassroots organizations and researchers who are documenting hate symbols and are keeping track on Twitter about, and on all public forums and the really scary 4chan, 8chan ones too, and trying to keep track of what the messages are, not so that they can do some commentary on them, just so that they can know what they are. And we're seeing that citizen groups and just individual researchers are much better at this than the people who allegedly are supposed to be protecting us from this. And someone had a question earlier about the Capitol, and I think that's, if we're going to be able to monitor and stop things like that in the future, a lot of it will be learning to interpret these codes, not necessarily so you can, you know, make an art project about them. It's so you can actually just know what they are and stop them. And if the tech platforms were actually interested in the kind of moderation that their terms of service say they are, those would be the things that they would be banning. And one kind of double standard is that people are very happy when it's, you know, dissidents in a different country using these tactics, and they're very upset when it's, you know, very violent hate groups using them too. And I think when we talk about needing better moderation tools, it's exactly what Ansha was saying earlier about, we need to have human moderators who can interpret the context and see the difference between a joke that's criticizing an unfair system of power versus someone who's actually trying to harm someone.
Yeah, and I wanted to tag in on that earlier when I saw the Capitol comment, because that specifically wasn't a good example of like anything mimetic. Like they were just very outright planning on these platforms, and they just weren't being checked, policed, or taken seriously and just allowed to function in that way. But I think there's this undercurrent of an idea that people think that the right just doesn't meme or doesn't meme well. And then we'll have things like over the past couple of months, like the trad wife, like Wojak memes, and like we'll have all these like different memes with like anti-Semitic or like dog whistle origins just come to the mainstream. And I think, like you said, it's important to just find those and identify those so people aren't passing around these harmful symbols like unknowingly.
Got it. Speaking of passing around symbols, it's now 4:30. My clock is symbolizing the end of a session, and this has been totally wonderful. I see there still are some more questions and eager audience members still here. So as with other sessions, we're going to conclude the formal session, stop recording, and then people can hang out and unmute themselves for the next 15 minutes. So I'd like to thank you very much. I've learned so much and have lots of interesting steganographic messages to go and figure out how to embed. So thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer and Corina.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And we are now off recording, so you guys can talk about whatever you want. But we do have another.
We can't be steganographed.
Within reason. Within reason.
Yeah.
Watching still.
Facebook is listening.
There's an asterisk there.
Yeah. Someone just raised their hand.
That's me. I raised my hand.
Oh, hi.
I am Barb Pryor, she, her from Oberlin College.
Hello.
I'm focusing on a question that, oh, can you not hear me?
It's a little choppy, so maybe type it or give it a shot, and if it doesn't work.
Or you could come off video and just talk. That might help.
Well, I typed it in the chat several times, but nobody picked up on it. And I even texted you, Jennifer, directly with my question.
I've got it.
Can you hear me now?
It's here. So Barbara asks, given the anonymous nature of this work, we would need someone to translate or interpret hidden meanings. And you mentioned that it reminds me of Fluxus, which tried, which through its obscurity, self-conscious obscurity, tried to subvert the power of museums, critics, and galleries. And that now, and then you talk about how, inevitably the avant-garde and the alternative becomes institutionalized. Your question was sort of more about translating and interpreting. Can you articulate that more?
How to archive this type of work, because the question was, who's going to archive this? And I think about this a lot in my role as a collector for an art library, that we have a huge mail art collection. So it's a similar sort of work. Yeah. But, archiving it is very hard because you're not part of the community that generated the work. So I don't think it's because critics are saying, that these published books from major industry publishers are good, and so therefore I'm going to buy them and I'm not going to get a zine. It's because when I get a zine, I have no context. I don't know who published it. I don't know the author. I don't even know why it was written. So it's almost impossible for me to collect it because my job is to curate the collection, to provide a context for these things. So I don't think it's a lack of interest or lack of goodwill or even over influence from critics. I think it's that the old structures provide context that independently generated works de facto don't.
I'm sorry, I gotta break in on this one because I'm a librarian and an archivist, and I had a mail art collection and a zine collection in my previous library. Yeah. And then, we're looking at web archiving, which means doing things like archiving Twitter revolutions and stuff like that. So I would respectfully argue that we're always following the torpedo, like the reason that subject headings are always already changing is because our thoughts and our time and our consciousness is already changing. And, I'm a great believer in put it in a box, put it on a hard drive. And of course you're going to do it badly or wrong. But you got to hang on to it. It's got to be somewhere. And then the users, the future librarians, if there are any, keep interpreting, reinterpreting, reinventing, and hopefully it just kind of keeps going until the planet runs out of steam. That would be my philosophy. Is it doesn't matter if you can understand it. You do have to try and collect it. But sorry, and then I'll shut up. Is I would also say to makers that it's your job. Like Clive Philpott, who started the collection I used to work on, he's like, artist, put your name on it, date it, tell us the place of publication, work with us old school librarians, just a little bit. And, your artistic, of course, as you're saying, like, if it means you're going to get arrested, don't do that. But that, if you have the power of these tools, at least use it in a way that does help you to look at that long term in the slide that you showed earlier.
And also, please put a date on it. Please put a date.
Yes.
Help the librarians. Mikail and I were talking about this earlier, though, that there is this supremacy of the written word that obviously scholars, we know it creates a giant nightmare for people later to be like, but who was it? Where was it? How was it? Sometimes that information is available. Sometimes it's very deliberately omitted. Sometimes people didn't think of it. But I think in our case, none of these artists were anonymous, and in some ways we had a hand in helping create the project. But it's also something that when we were talking about consent and sharing things about people that are alive, we would never try to research something that we didn't know where it came from. And that's sort of like our backgrounds in this. But like we were saying, over time, there's been fascinating, and it's, people are now really trying to figure out some codes from hundreds of years ago. And in examples from the Underground Railroad, I've seen scholars being like, oh no, we don't have any written accounts. And it's like, of course you don't have written accounts. Like that is the nature of this. And it was so dangerous at the time. And some of the people involved were illiterate because they were kept from ever receiving education. And like those kinds of things is, the omission is something that it's not just a frustrating thing for the scholars to deal with, but it's also understanding why these tools weren't available at the time and why they were missing becomes part of the context. And there's nowadays, amazingly, so many things to triangulate. Like there's photographs, there's videos, there's music, there's architecture, like there's different things that we can look at that might help give the context, even if the original creators weren't able to make it. Now this isn't recorded. A lot of the things that we didn't include that we'd love to talk about is things from Hong Kong, which, obviously, I know Isabel Chung was yesterday here talking a little bit about it. And it's really hard to tell if someone talking about this now is going to get in trouble in 6 months. And so, in 5 years or so, I think a lot of museums in Hong Kong are wondering how they should archive all of the reactions to the ongoing protests and the previous protests. And, it's very, very risky to try to do that right now. But,
Just to let you guys know, we are still live streaming though. Sorry.
Anyway, I don't think I said anything terrible, but again, some things might get people in trouble, and we are very much trying to not do that. And a lot of librarians will have to deal with this when they can.
And I think what I enjoy about this more than like other curatorial projects that I've seen and helped with is that just memes kind of defy this kind of classification, this kind of pinning down exactly who the author is, exactly why it was made, or when. And like, we get close because it's all on the internet. The internet's forever, and we can see, oh, this is where it surfaced. This is where we start seeing like it get mixed up and changed. And I think at some point we just kind of have to come to peace with that. Like, we just might not know the exact origins, the exact whys. And what's more important is to track the impact and the cultural relevancy of those.
I wrote a, let me find the link, but you always comment on this, that there's kind of the supremacy of the written word. Gets me thinking that a lot of digital culture research can actually, like, I feel like there's something to learn from like the traditions of oral history and oral history archiving. That so much of digital culture it's actually, it looks like the written word. It looks like printed material, but it actually behaves like oral culture, meaning it's not necessarily like who you said it, but the context, there's an assumed ephemerality, even if that's not true. Obviously, many things are archived, including this talk, which is being live streamed on YouTube, and also the kind of call and response nature of a lot of oral culture is also reflective in digital culture. And so, so in many ways, sometimes, at least my methods as a researcher, it starts to look more like, in some ways, like what I've seen. I'm not an oral historian, but what I've seen of oral history is, I'll just talk to people. I'm like, oh, what was this? What did this mean? What was the context here? Why was this all happening? And it kind of increases the importance of empowering community members, people who have been part of this. Just as the creation of media has been decentralized, we might also think that the curation of media can also be decentralized, and maybe we can empower people to create archives that can help elucidate things for us.
Yeah, no, you definitely want, and it's funny because as libraries are, libraries are starting to kind of, or old school libraries are starting to centralize, at the same time that thankfully centralized authority is breaking down. So you do get, multiple, mirror sites, sites that pop up when one is suppressed, that decentralized storage goes with decentralized interpretation, it seems to me.
Definitely.
All right, sorry. It's 4:42, so last shot before we, I guess we have to end it at 4:45 and get ready for the big day's conclusion.
And yeah, shout out to Hiroshiro and the poor image, the crispy memes, the deep fried ones that get copied over and over again.
Yeah, but it seems like it strikes that balance. It's like when you're talking about that, like written versus oral, written versus image, like it's all bits, right? And so Sterile gets at that mutability, and like the thinness allows for the circulation and well, you guys know that, but still, I thought it was cool.
One of my favorite punk flyers, instead of having address, just says "Ask a Punk," and things like that. You got to ask someone who is around, and if no one's around, ask someone who's a friend of someone, and that's also, I think, just makes the research side of it much more exciting. Like, you can't deal with the objects without dealing with the people, because the objects don't exist in a void.
Totally.
Yeah, there's like that line between gatekeeping, but also retaining this sort of privacy and like, of like the radical act, the gathering, the everything.
Right. Is the gate protecting? Is a gate keeping someone out, or is it protecting somebody? And like, when do you open it? Yeah, it's a great metaphor.
Well, there was like a Facebook, a lot of punks in New York a couple of years ago were using Facebook for events. And at some point there was a very obvious cop who was messaging people to ask where the location of the shows were. But it was done in such a hilarious way that like anyone who was actually interested in that music knew that this was like, you know, someone who does not know anything about like the scene or anything, which is fine. You know, anyone from any background can come to those things, but it's like there are these different systems that are kind of complex in certain ways and intuitive in others. And I think that that's what all of this is about. It's like there are all these sort of liminal spaces in which understandings or interpretations of these artifacts can be interpreted. And you just think about whether you have access to them or not, it kind of depends on your relationship to that work.
Totally. All right, it looks like at 4:45, it's been a wonderful relation to your work and to the work of many, many artists who I may or may never learn the names of or the dates of in their quest for, you know, expression and justice. Thank you so much for this session, and I hope everyone joins us for the big finale. Maybe Corina can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, in about 15 minutes, we are starting our next critical convening session, which is a bunch of small group discussions about, let's see, what activism as artist book material, and also publishing as artistic practice. So it should be really interesting. We've got you know, I guess probably we're going to be in groups of 4 to 8 people discussing these topics. And then we're building a collective Google Doc to share as a resource. So if you guys want to hang out and participate, we would love to have you in that conversation. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. We're going to be starting in a little bit. If you're a discussion instigator, would you mind renaming yourself with your first and last name, your pronouns, and then maybe after that, you could just put the word instigator. That way we can identify everyone within our small groups. Okay, hi everyone. Oh, it looks like everyone is just now joining in. I'm gonna stop our screen share. Okay. Oh, good. I can see everyone. This is nice. Okay, so welcome to our second critical convening session. If you haven't done so yet, and if you feel comfortable, we ask that you turn your video on, but keep your audio off for the moment. And I am going to continue to work in the background. And Megan, whenever you're ready to introduce, feel free to take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm Megan Liberty. There is a car outside honking, so I apologize in advance if you get some ambient honking noise. Thank you all for joining us today. Thanks for the introduction, Corina. CABC has been held since 2008, and this year is organized by Center for Book Arts as part of the Printed Matter Virtual Art Book Fair. We'd like to thank the Andy Warhol Foundation for the Visual Arts for their generous support of Center for Book Arts Criticism Initiative and in making the conference possible. Additional thanks to our conference sponsors, the Brooklyn Rail, Sorted Library and Small Editions, Center for Book Arts, and the usual in-person space of the Contemporary Artist Book Conference are on the unceded land of the Munsee Lenape peoples. I ask you to join me in acknowledging and uplifting the Munsee Lenape community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations, and the lands in which you are tuning in from. So for those of you who joined us yesterday for our first convening, you may hear a little bit of repetition in this. I apologize, but I want to make sure that everyone who's just coming in today has the background information for this session. So Book Art Review, founded by Corina Reynolds, David Solo, and myself, was launched in late 2020 with Center for Book Arts to promote and strengthen book art criticism. It has many evolving parts, including a forthcoming web and print journal, a prize for artist book criticism, and a series of critical programming, of which this event today is the start. Our goal is to provide resources for critical writing about the book arts. Our activities are built around an evolving set of core principles, developed and maintained collaboratively across the community. We want to engage existing critical writers to consider artist books in the topics of contemporary art we're already covering. We want to strengthen the quality of existing writing in the field, and we want to encourage new and emerging writers to write about book art. This afternoon, we have invited a selection of international scholars and critics to join you, the book arts community and writers, in a public conversation about how to achieve these goals. We will take stock of the current state of criticism for book art, identify what is currently preventing the growth of critical discourse around this medium, create shareable resources to support arts writers now, and develop ways to close the gap between book art criticism and that of other mediums. Our topics for these conversations came out of smaller private group meetings that BAR conducted, where we asked how to solve the problem of expanding artist book criticism. Our first topic this evening is approaches to criticism for activist material as artist books, which really comes out of acknowledging how historically publishing, printed materials, posters, etc., have been so essential to activist movements, but are often left out of critical conversations about the book arts. If any of you are tuning in earlier today, Paul Soulellis hosted a talk about urgent publishing that kind of really feeds into this topic that we're about to have now. And then after we go into our small breakout rooms, our second topic of this evening is going to be publishing as practice. What is needed to write critically about publishing as artistic practice? What role does the publisher of an artist's book play in content creation? How should we make the role of publisher and designer more visible, and including that within criticism and discourse? And what does publishing as an artistic practice look like? So if Corina is available to guide us through the logistics of how this is going to work. If not, are you available to guide us through the logistics? Okay, so,
Hi. I actually, let's see here. We have a couple of people who are on the other Zoom link. And let me see. Dave, would you be able to pop over to the old Zoom link and give people the new chat while I describe the structure?
I will try. I'm not sure if it will let me in, but.
All right. Okay. So, hi everyone. I'm Corina Reynolds. Welcome. Thank you, Megan. And thank you all for coming tonight. It's great to see everyone's faces. Okay, let me just open this up. The first thing that we need to do is I'm going to share a link in the chat here for you all. And this link is where we're going to be taking notes for the night. So if you could all open this up in another window. It's a Google Doc. You all should have editing privileges. And so as we go out into our small groups, this is where we're going to keep track of everything that's going on in these various places. So in a moment, we are going to divide ourselves up into various breakout groups. There'll be about 4 to 8 people in each group. And within that group, there will be 2 types of person. One is going to be a discussion instigator. And if you're a discussion instigator, can you wave your hand right now? Okay, so one of these people will be in your small group discussion, and they'll help to facilitate the conversation. We also need someone in each group to volunteer to be a note taker. So if you are the type of person that is really great at taking notes, please volunteer yourself. Otherwise, you might get assigned. And so that Google Doc that I just sent you all a link to is where we're going to be taking those notes. Everyone is going to be taking notes in the exact same Google Doc, so you're going to see everyone writing together simultaneously. The reason why we do this is so that we can create a collective resource for everyone who's in the group, but we're also, as Megan said, trying to develop some resources and guidelines for arts writers moving forward to tackle some of the ideas that we are that we're dealing with tonight. So we are going to go into our small groups. You're going to introduce yourselves, nominate a note taker, and then you're going to discuss the first question for about 15 to 20 minutes. During that time, you'll see a few notifications that pop up. It might be a reminder of what the topic is. It might be to let you know that there's 5 minutes remaining or 1 minute remaining. And then finally, before you finish everything up in your small group, then you'll see something else flash up and it'll say 60 seconds until you return to the main Zoom room. So at that point, just continue your conversations, and then in 60 seconds, you'll automatically be whisked back to this screen where you see everyone together. At that point, I'm going to ask the discussion instigators to share out a few interesting points from the small group discussion. So it will be 15 to 20 minutes in the small group. We'll all come back, and then discussion instigators can unmute themselves and share out. And if you have responses or anything else that you want to add into the chat, feel free. That is open and available to everyone simultaneously. So after we do the first small group discussion, we come back, we share out. We're going to go back into those exact same groups, and we're going to tackle another question. Does anyone have a question? Feel free to unmute yourself or type it in the chat. Okay, I know this is kind of a weird format, but I think it's actually the best way to tackle this. So thank you all for being our guinea pigs and for supporting this great effort today. Okay, I am going to sort the last few people into their rooms. And Dave, do you want to say anything else while I take care of that task?
I don't think so. I think that sounds like we're ready to sort of resume. And again, from those folks who were on yesterday, and Corina probably said this while I was off in the other Zoom room. We're hoping people will sort of actively participate and come up with interesting ideas.
And I just feel like the topics for today were really so rich already in the earlier conference session. So I hope you guys are already thinking about these things from earlier sessions and just ready to go.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. And also, if anyone was in the convening sessions last night, I think that there's going to be a lot of just kind of like through conversation and interesting threads that are going to come through. So, all right, I'm going to send you out to your small groups. Hi,
Corina?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, I'm trying to multitask and listen in on Phil Zimmerman's talk right now too, but I'm really curious about this session. So I just exited my breakout group.
Okay.
But I'd like to be able to come back again. So if you can just let me hang out with you.
Absolutely.
Muted, I'm gonna listen to Phil for a while.
Okay, that sounds great.
Sorry to be flaky, but
no, that's okay. Just go ahead and put yourself on mute, and I'll leave you out of the rooms. Deirdre, can you hear me? Okay, Deirdre, if you can hear me, we've gone into small breakout rooms, and we are discussing our first question. Tonight is we are looking to see is there a different framework needed for artist books with activist purposes? And I am going to add you to another small group here. Hi, Jennifer, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we just broke out the group into small discussion groups, and they just joined. So everyone's just introducing themselves. And we are doing a discussion about activist materials and publishing as artistic practice. Can I add you to one of these Zoom rooms?
Sure.
Okay, great. I'm gonna drop you in right here. Hi, Scooter. Hi, Scooter. Hello. Can I add you to a breakout room? Okay. I'm going to drop you in here. Hi, David. Hi, David. Can you hear me?
Oops, I think I was just muted. Sorry.
I'm good. We all just went into small breakout groups, and we are, let me actually give you, where are we? Let me give you the link to this. Hi, David. Oh, do you have the Printed Matter webpage open? Hi, David. Can you hear me?
I do.
Okay, so you want to put that on mute because I'm live streaming, so that's why we're
I'm
getting.
sorry. I think I was just muted. Sorry.
I'm good. We all just went into. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to drop a link into the chat, and then I'm going to assign you to a breakout group so you can participate in the conversation, okay?
Cool, thanks.
So here's the link. Let me know when you have that. Rachel and Stephanie, can you hear me as well? Are you here?
Okay, I got the link.
Okay, great. All right. I'm going to send you off into a small Zoom room.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, hi, John. And are Rachel and Stephanie here as well? Can you guys hear me? You may be muted. Okay. All right. Hi. So we have just broken out into small breakout groups to discuss is a topic and a small group discussion here. I just dropped a link into the chat to a Google document. So if you want to give that a click and open that up, that is where we are all keeping our notes. And if you could let me know when you're ready, I can add you to one of our small group discussions where you can participate. Okay. And John, feel free to unmute yourself and turn on your camera so that people can see you in the small group discussion, okay? All right, I'm going to add you to a room. Rachel and Stephanie, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, if anyone needs anything, feel free to unmute yourself and let me know, okay? Hi, Robert, can you hear me? If you can hear me, you could unmute yourself and let me know, or you could send me a note in the chat.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, wonderful. Okay.
Great, thanks.
So I'm just gonna update you on what's going on. Everyone in this session has broken out into small breakout groups, and we are working on a discussion about, let me just get this Google Doc link for you. I'm going to put that in the chat for you. Right now, our question that we are focused on, there we go, is a different framework needed for artist books with activist purposes? So I'm gonna add you to one of our small groups. They'll already have just barely started the conversation. Feel free to introduce yourself, or if you want to kind of like hang back and listen to this part of the session. In about 10 minutes, we're all going to come back into the large group discussion and share out. Okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to send you off. There you go. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Rachel. Hi, MP. Oh, that must be Nicholas. If you guys could you unmute yourselves?
Hi. This is Rachel. Hi.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
So the format of this session is a small group discussion format, and we all just broke out into small breakout groups, and we are working on discussing the question of, is there a different framework needed for artist books with activist purposes? I'm going to drop a link in the chat for you right now.
Perfect. Let me see if I can access the internet. He's really bad. 1 second.
Okay. And the link goes to a Google Doc that's being shared by everyone in the group simultaneously. So, if you want to contribute to it, you can open that up and type your notes there. But if you like, I'm going to drop you into one of our small group discussions so that you can participate. We'll be talking about this question for probably another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll all be coming back to the main group to share out, and then we'll be addressing another question. Does everything make sense to you? Can you hear me, Rachel? Nicholas, are you there?
Oh,
Hi. Okay,
yes, I'm here.
you are here. How are you?
Oh, good. Very good.
Good.
Long time no see.
I know. Well, and I can't even see you. I guess I see like a really nice self-portrait.
Yes.
Very good. You got the glasses perfectly right. Did you get the link to the Google Doc in the chat?
Oh, yes, I just got it. Yes.
Okay, good. So I am going to place you into a small group discussion. And we're going to be in those small groups for about 5 more minutes. And then everyone is going to come back into the large group to discuss. So I think I'm going to put you in Mara Gonzalez Palacios group. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay. Did you get the invite to join the group?
Wait a minute. On my mails? Or where do I have to look for it?
No, it should be just in Zoom.
No, I didn't.
Let me see. Interesting. Okay, maybe I'm going to try to move you to a different room. How about now?
Corina?
Sorry, I thought you went already. This is strange.
No, my connection went down and Zoom deletes the chat when you come back.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah.
Let's redo this. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Here's the Google Doc link.
Oh.
And I'm going to
So
try that.
CBA is something new, yes?
Center for Book Arts?
No, CBA.
CBA. CBA? Oh, you mean BAR, bar.
Ah, no, okay. Oh, CA. Wait a minute. Okay, CBA Center for Book Arts and CABC?
Yep,
Oh, it's the
Contemporary Artist
conference.
Book Conference.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the new thing is BAR.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know, too many acronyms. Okay, did you, okay, I'm gonna try to add you to a room again. Okay. Let me see. And look for some kind of pop-up from Zoom.
Okay. Maybe here, join breakout room, there is a link.
Yeah, click that.
Okay.
Hi, Molly, are you there? Can you unmute?
Yep, here I am.
Hi. So we are doing a small group discussion session, And we all just went into breakout rooms. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that is a link to the Google Doc where everyone is recording their notes from the group discussions.
Okay.
And if you like, I can drop you into a small group. We're going to be coming back from the breakout rooms in just 2 minutes to the large session, but then we're going to go into those same breakout groups again.
I can wait if you want.
Okay, that's fine.
Join me to a random one when the time comes.
Yeah, I'll add you into whichever one looks like it needs your expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, feel free to mute yourself for the time being, but when we go back to the breakout rooms, obviously participate at will, okay? Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's going to take a few minutes for everyone to return from their various Zoom rooms. Actually, it looks like it's going to take approximately 26 seconds. So let's see. Is this just one group? It looks like
I think it's your group and my group, Corina.
Oh, great. Okay. All right, there's Sarah. Did the Google Doc work for everyone this time?
I think so.
Good.
I wrote in it, but it had nothing. It has nothing to do with the questions that were in there.
Hi, Jen.
Great. Ah, look, so many great faces.
Ah,
Okay.
so many familiar faces here now that I can see all of you.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. Did we have a good conversation around the first question? Oh, yeah. Okay. So if you are a discussion instigator, feel free, unmute yourself, and let's share out to the larger group.
I'll go. So one of the first things that we talked about was what is it, the idea of talking about a different framework. So then what is the framework that we're starting with?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to understand that part. And then also kind of recognizing that even if, so that I'm grossly paraphrasing, but that even if a work is not done for activist purposes, like everything is political. So there's a certain level of standards or a framework that should apply, that is kind of flipping the question and saying you should apply some of these to every work, even when they claim that they're not political.
Yeah, we had a similar, I think, sort of notion that you know, that it may be much more about applying maybe some additional terminology, but that it's, you know, much more applying, you know, the same language and framework to some of this material, and also being clear about some of the distinctions, for example, that came up yesterday morning about sort of material that is produced by people sort of within the community versus potentially external people sort of talking about the topic. There's also a question as to whether looking at the history of talking about protest material is the same thing we're talking about here, or a different or slightly different element, and the challenges of having that writing hold up over time, and also of trying to write about historical activist material or even understanding it.
Yeah, we started off with kind of a similar conversation just to open it up of like, is there a difference between political and activist? But one of the real sticking points that we identified was just like the issue of timing and kind of the gap between the activist moment, the timeliness of why it's being produced, and then the time that, you know, would be collected and written about and kind of enter critical or certainly scholarly discourse. But, you know, the inverse of that is we also had like the example of the Center for Political Graphics as, you know, being an institution that can take something that is no longer timely, but has become relevant again, and then sort of highlighting activist work from a long time ago. And, you know, Newberry Library does this on social media. Like there are a lot of institutions that I think are looking backwards in time really effectively. And even though that takes a long time to do, that is certainly one strategy instead of trying to make, you know, do the criticism or scholarship or find the framework for dealing with it right away, of waiting and knowing that these issues kind of come back around.
Yeah.
I think one thing that was really interesting in my group, it echoed a lot of the sentiments that have already been said, but also the issue of historical context, as Dave and Levi were just saying, but also of the context of the reviewer. I was really trying to get our group to stay on what does this mean for approaches to criticism and collecting. So we had a librarian in our group, so talking about classification terms, and if there was a need to shift the language around classifying these materials to consider both context and format equally, and as well in approaches to criticism, if there was a requirement to acknowledge the reviewer and the critic's own subjectivity and our own position in history at the time that we're looking at the materials and how that impacts our reading, which I thought was really interesting.
Yes, I can follow up. So in our group, we started with the idea of why do we publish? And so we quoted André Breton. We published to make comrades, to find people to connect. And for me, for my background, publishing is a political act already, just to be able to do it. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, my computer is. Okay, so we came out with, we talked a couple of points. The freedom, one of our participants talked about when she teaches her students, she don't like to make any differentiation between zines, artist book, activist books. We also talk about the period, which the period and the materials which the books are made influence what qualify as a political and activist book. Some artists start out without the intention, but they responding to their time. We talk about the reason, one of the reason we're talking about that recently is because 2020, and the critic job probably is to come after this work is produced and to look at it and to understand it and to understand the context in which the work was produced. And probably work that was produced last year is very different than work that was produced in 2019. It will feel different. And so it's not all in our hands, I think. It's all an element of responding to the moment. And some people, we talk about the possibility of people who responded and made one book off and never hear from that person again, that artist, or people who consciously think about it and keep working. So I think one of the conclusions we came out is that it's a combination of the influence of the period in which we live in, and to be able to look at it, somebody has to come after the fact to look at what happened.
It's a great point.
So something we discussed in our group is like the functionality that activist publishing produces. So is it the act of publishing, is that itself activist, or does the publication itself have to do something in order to make it activist publishing? We also talked about how that could change in internationally, depending upon the political regime in which it's being published. Like, how does that change the the meaning of a publication. It's great I'm seeing in the document now how a lot of people distinguish between or ask the questions around political work versus activist work. I think we got a little bit stuck. We thought we're like, is all work activist? And maybe what we really meant was, is all work political? Like all work is political, but maybe not all work is activist, but we didn't quite get there. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now.
I know I already spoke about my group, but I just wanted to piggyback off of what Emily was saying and what Victor just said, thinking about Victor and your group. Maybe we can come back to this later at the end, but I just didn't want to forget. When you said that your group discussed, someone in your group said that when they introduced materials to their class, they didn't distinguish between zines and other kinds of artist books. And I just wonder if there is something that, I understand that kind of approach to removing the hierarchy of those, but at the same time, there is something very material. Is there something very material specific to activist publishing that requires us to distinguish it from other types of artist books? I don't have the answer. That's the question.
And I think we were sort of, and I thought it was a little bit what Emily was saying is that, you know, there was a sense that virtually anything could be viewed by the right person as, depending on how you define activist. I mean, one of the things we also realize is it's not clear that although we're using this term, that there's any consistent notion about what sort of activist, urgent, protest, political material is. And that, you know, given that in almost any book produced, you know, for someone picking it up and looking at it could be viewed that way, that, you know, was sort of reinforcing the notion that, you know, it's not a different framework or language, but rather, you know, a way to respond to almost any work, which a little bit goes back to the all publishing is political statement, I think, that Paul said earlier.
Yeah, we've ended up, like kind of following, I mean, we've covered so many different things, but we also connected it back to yesterday's session about intentionality. And then it was a question around, is it about documentation or a tool, which Colette mentioned, and I thought it was a great way of framing it, like the Red Book being a tool, or and also even a book versus a poster, a flyer, or something written or printed off the cuff. There's a really different purpose. And someone else in our group said something like, well, is a book too refined to be activist? Like, does it need to be something that is super urgent and made in the moment and for the protest, or et cetera, et cetera. And then we kind of landed and fell into the very recent area of Instagram and the Black Lives Matter movement and how protest and activism has really moved to social media, and is that being archived? Does that matter? And its relationship to print as well, which a lot of times is about unearthing past print posters and reusing them in certain ways. So.
Okay, I'm gonna send you guys back to your breakout groups, but our next question that we're tackling is in the chat right now. What role does the publisher of an artist book play in content creation? And we're just a reminder that we're thinking about this in the context of art writing. So, you know, how would this apply to someone who's thinking about an artist book critically? You know, the publisher and publishing as practice. Okay. All right, here you go. Okay, is there anyone in the Zoom room here that needs a place?
I do. Yes.
I'm going to put you into this one. And Mary, I'm gonna drop you in here.
Thanks.
Have fun. Welcome back. How was the conversation in your room?
It was really interesting, but were we supposed to do both questions? I got a little, we didn't ever get to the third question.
That's
were
fine.
we supposed to?
Well, we had them formatted as 2 questions, and I think someone split them into 3 today. So depending on if anyone wants to stay a little bit longer, I know it's been a long day, we could go back to discuss that a little more if we feel like it needs more time.
We always need more time.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Okay. All righty. So how was that discussion? Was it a little bit easier now that you guys all know each other a little bit better? Yes, good. Okay. Discussion instigators, feel free to unmute and share at will. Megan, do you want to get us started?
Okay, well, we had such a wide-ranging discussion. It's hard to really encapsulate it with any few points in this group, but I think it was interesting that our discussion at first really went towards more traditional models of publishing and how those are other types of institutions that offer levels of prestige or validation to artists and writers who want to use them. We brought up points about how to make more clear to the reader and viewer the labor that's involved in producing books. And then right at the end, we start to get into really exciting conversation about other non-traditional models of publishing, like Wendy's Subway and some of these presses that engage in communities outside of just bookmaking as part of a publishing practice, but a kind of collective space, and thinking about those models of publishing as well.
Yeah,
the notion of a spectrum definitely came up, from sort of self-publishing to kind of the workshop collective models we were talking about. Certain artistic workshops, in Latin America, throughout the U.S., collectives, is a very different model, on to sort of various small and larger commercial publishers, and that sort of understanding and making sure you're clear on that model, and often the associated financial structure, getting back to the earlier conversation, is important when you talk about it. Also the timeline for production, and so, how you think about something that is released in 2 weeks is very different than something that, has taken 4 years to come to the light of day. And so, thinking not so much maybe as a critical framework as much as a publishing framework in which to situate some of these kinds of activities. Also, I guess the last part was, trying to think about distinguishing, a activist role of a publisher, different version of activist, role of a publisher in shaping something versus simply reflecting the taste of the individuals involved, and whether those are sort of different things.
Yeah, just Dave, your point made me realize I also want to say one thing from my group that was really great in terms of speed. We talked a little bit about this idea of slow publishing and what that might mean, whether slow publishing could be urgent, whether slow had to have anything to do with speed at all, and just kind of ways in which slow publishing could engage with local communities and allow communities to have more agency over the publication than publishing in a different sense.
One thing that we talked about is just the kind of like the need to dig deeper into the mechanics of a publisher-artist relationship, like acknowledging that there is a spectrum that's really variable, and that all of that is like a better reason to understand the economics, the negotiation, who had what role, and that kind of transparency, like it's right at the tension between reality and the artistic vision. And so that we do think that there would be like an appetite for that, and that it's a story that critics could write, or art writers generally, and that like it's sensitive and there's probably reasons people don't talk about it, but I think everyone kind of agreed that that would be of interest.
Yeah.
So we actually kind of started going in a slightly different direction, trying to understand what content creation really meant, and yeah, so because some of the people in our group were saying when they think of an artist book, and then there was also questioning what an artist book is, but they don't think about it in those terms because it's so like what exactly does content mean? It's the design and everything is so it's much more integrated than maybe in other works. So we were kind of struggling with that a little bit, and then what a publisher, how that plays into that.
Yeah, I think we also struggled a little bit with the first question, getting stuck on content creation and role of publisher. And so we moved on to the next question, where we really dwelled a lot on some ideas about the history of the book and how that, and basically the history of publishing, the history of the book, the way that books and printed matter function in different like around the world, like how that creates different environments for what something means or how it functions. And also just the knowledge required of all the processes. That publishing is such a wide practice, everything from editing, writing, selecting, designing, printing, distributing, the market, and the role of in order to be able to write about that, to have some knowledge of each of those processes or some way of describing them or thinking about them in continuum. And then we also talked a bit about the idea of personal publishing, the idea of like reproduction as critical production, and the identity and context of the artist publisher.
I can go now. We were a little bit confused too. I think we tackled only first because most of us who have worked with artist books had experience of self-publishing. But that's what I've done all these years, just getting to know the process of publishing, not to have to go to anyone. But then different models. Some members of the group talk about the Women Study Studio Workshop. And so a comparison versus the Visual Study Workshop versus the different other presses and the difference between the books that come out. The Women's Studio, for example, they talk about the materials are very different that is used for the Visual Study Workshop. So those, that we just got basic understanding, and so there is possibilities of and one more important, especially in photography, we talk about this publisher who charge people to publish their book. And so that's a play to pay kind of system, and what it costs the self-publishing to be more accepted, because basically when you pay a publisher, you are doing some sort of play to pay, predatory publishing practice, somebody said. So you had all those elements. So we talk about that. And one last thing, we just discussing, one thing I mentioned, because my experience applying, applying for grants for institutions, especially who get public funding, is the understanding all these institutions. That was my understanding. I applied for grants for a year, and that was great, and I think it should be done. But all these institutions had a DNA on them, and it limits your freedom at a certain point. Certain point, you have to give up the grant thing because you have to adapt to their needs, because they're getting money from a place, and so they have their own needs. So that goes, and that's my experience of 10 years being in Juros and working for grant. And then let me see so I don't forget. Yeah, we talk about the DNA of the institutions and how that determine the work that is going to be selected. And one last thing I want to do, I think for Megan, one clarification from one of the participants. I think we both agree, we wanted to say is that when we teach, we do need the critical writing on photo books, and we need all these categories. And we talk about Clive Philpott with Bootrex and how that is used and how we use it to create a historical context. But then when the students start producing work, we try not to limit or to qualify them. We let them go wherever they want to go. And I mentioned how I had students of colors from the Bronx or African Americans, students who don't care for El Rocher. They don't really care for it. But I tell them, learn the language, because this artist book, learn this thing, because then you can turn the language around and use it as you wish. So that was what we were, I hope I explained it correctly. That's what we were trying to say. All right, thanks.
Learn language to subvert language, yeah. Ingrid asks a question, or she raises a statement that she'd love to hear more about the group's take on publishing as practice. And I'm curious about that too, because in the conversations that I've had with dealers and collectors, some people feel very strongly that publishing is an artistic practice and should be treated similarly to the way you would assess an artist book. And others feel like it's a completely different thing. It's a business model. And I think certainly there's a full spectrum. And so, yeah, I'm curious about also, Ingrid, I'm curious what other people think about publishing as artistic practice.
If I can jump in, I will say this is like one of my sort of soapbox things that, and just partly in terms of terminology, I think that people use artist publication because they think it's broader than artist book, like that somehow includes something that's unbound or a flextagon or some other structure. As like a broader term, but I would actually argue that it's a narrower term, and that you can produce a book without publishing it, and that you can even produce an edition or multiples and distribute them, through some practice that is not publishing. So publishing, yes, it's like a business practice or business model, but I think even broader than that too, it's concerned with constituting a public. Which all artists are supposed to, consider your audience. That's like the first advice you get. But so I guess like, if anything, I would just want to push back against the idea of publication as a broader, more flexible term, because if anything, I think it's more specific than that.
One thing I'll add into that, Levi, is that I wish David Sr. was here yesterday. I don't know. I think it must have been on the big group towards the end. He mentioned that he prefers the term artist publication or artist publishing, actually for the reason you just said, that it sort of encompasses more things. So I wish he was here to push back against you so you guys could have a dialogue about that. But I wonder, and I mentioned this in the chat and you started to answer it, just this idea of finding a public, publishing as practice. To publish means to find a public. So how then do you produce a book without publishing? If the book is, are you thinking more of private? I'm feeling the tension here.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly I would say that if you produce, 3 copies of something or a unique book or something that you conceive of as traveling in sort of a more conventional exhibition-based, avenue towards like an art public, I think that that's really the gallery system, the art world, like they have constituted that public, kind of determined who's going to show up and engage and how, on what terms they're going to engage. I think creating a publication means that you want to have a hand in creating the terms of engagement, how people are going to receive it and communicate about it with one another. But I mean, I'd definitely be curious to hear what other people think too.
Richard Minsky just asked an interesting question, there's this thread going on in the chat about publishing as practice, and someone asked, I think it was Molly, so if you're making your own book in an edition of 25 and you sell it at a fair, are you publishing it? And a lot of people are saying yes, I would say yes. And then Richard says, yes, if you're selling it at a fair. If you distribute it privately, this is the question, is it still publishing? If you make one copy and gift it to a lover, is it still publishing?
No.
I think of Kathy Walkup's essay, Hey Kathy, where she says privishing versus publishing, which I guess was actually
Beautiful.
David Godine. Is that?
That's a David Godine term, and he always talks about the publisher, the Boston publisher, and he always talks about publishing versus privishing, and he doesn't mean anything very complimentary about the word privishing, but I think that he's really was sort of focused on the sort of navel-gazing fine press world, I think, but I always found that a really useful term. So thanks for bringing that up.
Also thinking about, are we not a public? So if you publish something for yourself, is that not public enough? Are we not the first audience for what we're producing?
And just in libraries, we consider it absolutely it's published. It's absolutely published. If you publish one thing, if it's a unique book, you know, you are the publisher. So it's not a problem for us. I guess I'm puzzled why it's considered a problem even.
Right, and to be clear, I think that you could publish a unique, like a one-of-a-kind book. Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of numbers, because I would also, yeah, I'd argue that there are fairly large editions of things that didn't have a great deal of thought or intention as to the social relations that they are engendering among people. In fact, maybe you could say most like literary trade publishing doesn't, you know, they think in terms of market share or, you know, finding their audience of consumers and targeting people more than thinking about like the social relationship between people.
Yes, sorry, but I think we shouldn't confuse the terms here. It can be a good book, it can be a bad book, but quality is not defining if it's a book or not. But if it's unique, it's not a book to me, it's a book object. A book, it becomes if it's multiple copies.
I think also the productive tension that we're all feeling here is really between at what point does it become public? At what point is it published? And for some of us here, it seems we draw the line at numbers. For some of us, we draw the line at audience. And I think this is kind of what we're trying to get at, these tensions between numbers, audience, maker, if there has to be an outside force involved. At what time, how do these factors influence the way we approach these objects as critics, as readers on these different levels?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point, Megan. I think, you know, to just kind of like even extend what you just said, you know, thinking about my publishing practice before Center for Book Arts, you know, I worked with a lot of emerging artists, and we would, you know, very much collaborate with them to produce books. And sometimes they would be, you know, an edition of 3, or sometimes they would be an edition of 200. And, you know, the mediums varied in the same way, Victor, that you mentioned that Women's Studio Workshops, medium and format changes. But yeah, the question of, you know, authorship comes in also, I think, with publishers, because there are artist book publishers who are working with a really broad range of artists, but there's always this kind of signature thing. And so then are they similar as a publisher to a designer, for example? And I'm wondering, you know, for the critic, where do those ingredients come in, and how do we identify them?
Yeah, and what role does the critic perhaps play, to get back to some of the questions that we were talking about in the Google Doc? What role does the critic play in elucidating these roles or not, in thinking about making clear the roles of the different persons involved in producing books or not? How we kind of approach this, publishing as practice, as a larger thing, and all of these small pieces that are now becoming clear within that.
Mm-hmm.
That came up in our group a bunch, actually. Well, Danielle made the great point of like, is there an adjacency to other difficult to define genres such as performance, where it happens once and you might not be there? So I think there's that aspect to it too, of like, you know, accessibility. It might not have to be seen by many people to still be worthy of criticism. I think is the one summarizing thing that we came upon in our group.
Can I make a comment, though I'm not a moderator?
Yes.
I brought this up in our little group, and I think I should bring it up here. I make a lot of one-of-a-kind books, and I put together an exhibition in 1990 to 92 that circulated as a cultural presentation of the United States called Book Arts in the USA. It traveled all through Africa and Latin America with catalogs in French and Spanish and Portuguese, as well as English. And a lot of them were one-of-a-kind objects. And the act of publication was the exhibition and the fact that they went through the catalog. And millions of people saw these. And they were published, these one-of-a-kind unique books got more publishing to more public than many editions of 25 or 100 or 5,000 copies. And so just because it's just one copy doesn't mean it's not a book and doesn't mean it's not published. If you're publishing it, yeah, but you can also take, 10 copies and just give them to your friends. I don't know if that's publishing because it's 10, but so I make books just for myself that I write in and nobody else has ever seen. Is that published? Well, Mar will get it one day because it's going to go into my archive and maybe she'll publish it or they will. But, the exhibition is an act of publication.
Yeah, definitely. But it's not a book. Publishing, if it circulates, it's published. A blog post is published. A Twitter post is also publishing, but it's not a book.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. You make one painting and hang it in a exhibition anywhere. Based on that definition, that would be published. It was put in front of the public. And that's not how I would use publishing.
Is it okay to speak if I'm not a moderator?
Yes, at this point, if you're not a moderator, feel free to join in the conversation.
I think it might have been Barbara who made the point, like, as a librarian, we call the artist the publisher if they made this thing, right? And I do think that whether we use a word is context specific. Like in the context of librarianship and book cataloging, yes, someone who, makes their own unique artist book, they're the publisher because there's a field called publisher and you put them in that field. And so you can't just say in the abstract something is or is not a book. In some circumstances, it might not be a book. And in other circumstances, it is a book, whether you personally believe it should be a book or not. Like in the library where I work, sometimes we catalog things in the manuscript collection and sometimes we catalog them in the book collection. And that is a determining factor whether anyone has an opinion about what should or should not be in those categories. So I think it's really important that to say a unique book is not a book just in general is actually not true. Like whether we want what we want to be a book or want not to be a book doesn't really matter because it's context specific.
Peter is bringing something up, I think, that came up. Maybe it's the same Barbara that you're referring to. There was a Barbara in my group as well, also a librarian, who made an important point about trying to find a balance in cataloging systems for both content and form. And I think to Molly's point right now, these kind of broad generalizations ignore the fact that we do need to find a balance for both content and form. So a painting is not like a book because the form is different. And thinking about these nuances are also important, and why these kind of new languages for classification systems is also something we're trying to think about as part of this larger conversation, some kind of shared vocabulary so that we kind of understand the lineage of the terms we're using as critics and writers and artists so that we can then lead to better descriptions and approaches to writing about these materials.
I'd also mention that it's a book. It's published if you exhibit it is a legal question also. And if you check with the copyright law, you will find that exhibition is an act of publication for copyright purposes. So for whatever your opinion might be, in a court of law, it will constitute publication.
That actually, I was going to kind of talk about like the idea that there's like specific definitions or traditions of publication too, but that also like as a thought experiment, thinking about different types of publication, for the role of the critic, and going back to that idea of like the artist's intention, whether the artist is engaging with publishing as a practice versus just producing books, would be maybe a publisher that creates a series or serialized, group of artist publications or artist books that the critic would receive, as like an entire body, or think of them, as a set or as a series, versus a publisher who, as like a fundraising effort, lets you do a subscription thing where every month you give them money and then 4 times a year they send you books. And there's examples of both of these, right? And I think it would be sort of unfair, like as a critic, if you were to subscribe or to receive these books that were not intended either by the artist or initially by the publisher to be serialized or to be thought of as something that people receive, together or in a series or, in even a set order, to kind of weigh those with the critical eye that you would bring to a true serial publication seems off somehow. So if there's like, and so that to me, that does seem like a difference between publication as a practice versus what could be called, subscription or publishing as just a business model.
I'd love to go back to the artist books versus artist publication sort of rigmarole that we were on before. And I just want to sort of ask the group as in general, is considering the audience with which you're trying to connect important when deciding which words to use? Because I think when we're using a term like publication, we have to acknowledge that sort of the colloquial understanding of publication does not necessarily mean a book object. So if we're trying to communicate our point to a broader audience, a term like book, artist's book, or book object, or anything that sort of includes that B-O-O-K word in it, will have a much clearer sort of picture for sort of a broader audience to understand what type of object we're talking about. And I feel like in the writing that I do, I feel like that's a very important part, is connecting with an audience and getting them interested about the objects that we are talking about. And I don't feel like publication would have that same level of connection.
Barbara's giving you a thumbs up.
Oh, sorry, Corina, did you want to?
No, go ahead, Megan.
I was just going to say, I feel like that nuance in terms of artist publication versus artist book also gets back to what we were talking about from the first discussion about first discussion today about specific terminology in terms of what we mean when we say activist, and the nuance between activist and political, like an activist work and a political work is sort of the kind of same nuance. We're talking about different meanings, but same nuance of artist publication versus artist book. Again, it gets to audience and what we're trying to convey when we use these terms, which is why I think it's so great that we're all here kind of just sharing our different backgrounds on these, especially for me and my background in art history and criticism. I have all these ideas in mind, but hearing all of your opinions, it's so great to get familiar with the connotations that these terms have for different audiences, different readers, writers, and makers. And that's what's so important in trying to figure out how to develop a new way and a new form of criticism for artist books. So thank you all.
Was anyone in the session last night that is not a discussion instigator this session that wants to make any interesting connections for us? Or Kayla, I know you were a discussion instigator last night as well, and I'm curious if you or maybe Colette wants to, help us thread some of those themes through.
Levi was also here for both, so I know he's gotten to speak a bit more.
Can you actually ask your question again? I'm so sorry.
I'm just curious if there are any connections that you think can be made between our conversation during the convening session last night and what we've been talking about tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's like all cart before the horse. I mean, does it help to define the terms in order to archive things, in order to understand why we need to create a framework, in order to understand distribution. So I can speak to my own experience, which came up in my breakout session, running an art bookstore. We're not distributors, but we do help facilitate in some ways distributing local artist books, which are zines, that when they sell out, they're probably never gonna, recirculate. But then we also work with larger circulations of short run prints and presses that are in editions of 1,000, and they come from all over the world. So I feel like there are ways that we are mediating between the worlds of the publisher and the artist all the time. And that those are like really a lot of overlap, a lot of gray area, and really fuzzy boundaries that are shifting all the time, depending on the project. So a lot of times I'm thinking about like, what's the through line? It's like, it's a shifting through line that comes around that, like, to me, I think that came up a lot is like, what publishing is a vehicle that you have some control over around, presenting your ideas in the public. But I think, I don't know. So I don't know if that's helpful. Colette, maybe I can pass it to you, and that you brought up a great, like, Marxist point of just asking questions around, like,
Right.
who made it? Yeah.
Right.
Passing the
Well,
baton.
I think it's all really fascinating, and this form really crosses over people and genres and institutions that have had a range of intentions. And you have the institution of the library, and I see how fiercely people in the library care about terms and names. That makes complete sense. But at the same time, a lot of book art activity is this kind of underground, especially when you're talking about activist work, is this underground guerrilla, off the grid activity. And how do you get those two things to match up? I don't think they will or should. That's my opinion. And that's not a bad thing. I will add that.
I think one thing that came up at the end of Paul Soulellis' urgent publishing conversation earlier today that kind of has been lingering with me, that resonates with what Colette has just said, is this idea of certain types of publishing, particularly activist publishing, as being purposefully or intentionally against the institution, against the grain, but then also part of the problem we're dealing with right now in these sessions, and the hope of this whole initiative, is to recontextualize artist books and rewrite that legacy that has been historically very white, male, conceptual art driven. So it's, in some ways, how do we bring these types of materials into the institution without institutionalizing them?
Yeah, I mean, that also reminds me of the conversation that was happening in Zine Steganography earlier today, where they're talking about, the fact that so many activist artists and activists in general have a need to mask their work through encoding it, or just in order to even be heard. And so there is something really fascinating about, if you do document that, does it sometimes put people at risk? Does it bring a public to work that maybe doesn't want a public? And whose job is it to make that decision? Is it the artist, or is it the critic? Is it the librarian? I mean, obviously it's flexible, but I'm curious. Yeah, Nina. Nina says in the chat here, I think language is important so that we can critically think about and discuss artist books, art history, and book history. They all have their own language, which is why the identity crisis isn't as obvious as it is in the book arts world. So I think having these discussions is really important. And I think it's true. I think we need to have more conversations like this. tonight I've let us go over time a little bit, and I'm really grateful for all of the discussion instigators and all of the participants and all of the various viewpoints that were shared tonight. You know, Megan and Dave and I, as well as the whole CABC team, you know, we've been really thinking a lot about this. We've been thinking about language, we've been thinking about publics, we've been thinking about accessibility, and we've been thinking about, you know, how do you broaden in a way that feels, you know, true and respectful, and at the same time, you know, it doesn't feel overbearing in any sense. And so, you know, we're very interested in if you all have additional comments, or if you want to continue these conversations with us. You all have a link to that Google Doc, and so, you know, you'll have that as a resource. But I also encourage you, you know, after our conversation tonight, to add comments to that same document. We're going to leave it up online. You know, try not to edit the main body of the text, but, you know, add a comment to it if you want to be in dialogue with the other groups, or if you think of something that we didn't have a chance to address tonight. And if you're all interested in, you know, participating in more things like this, please, you know, send us an email, reach out to CBA, reach out to BAR at centerforbookarts.org. We're always looking for new writers as we continue to develop the publication. And, you know, we're working on, thank you, Megan. We're working on developing resources, so we welcome as much support and help in that as is available. So thank you, everyone. We're so grateful. And with that, I'm gonna release you, but I'm gonna leave the chat, or I'm gonna leave the Zoom room open. So if anybody wants to chat as we go, feel free. And I'm gonna